what we have dreamt. That is the vision document of 2047. In few hours from now, our Honorable Chief Minister, Mr. Revanth Reddy, will unveil the vision document of 2047 of Telangana. In the process, when we have formed the government exactly 2 years back, and when we have a competition in the changing atmosphere, in terms of industries, in terms of technology, in terms of building cities, in terms of providing drinking safe water, in terms of providing and giving the fresh air, and to create a sustainable livelihood for all the people of Telangana specifically. We have analyzed many factors which we have taken into account. One is the factor where we have seen in many cities the congestion of cities which the cities couldn't able to bear in terms of the traffic mobility, in terms of the resources what need to be given to the citizens have become a great challenge. This challenge has thrown us literally what should we do next in the geopolitical situation, in the times of technological disruptions, and to create a sustainable development in the city. Then we came upon an idea of constructing a city with net zero concept. Maybe, our ambitions and dreams from yesterday till now, many elders who have been there on the government side too, would have been thinking that they are just thinking above the mountain. But we would like to take this challenge, and that is how we took the challenge of this construction of this future city. We know there will be many challenges. The future city, which shall encompass, the critical growth corridor, and which has been featured, a well-planned alternative city of the growing and migrating people to Hyderabad. Many a time we have seen the real Hyderabad, the original Hyderabad, and then came the Secunderabad, then came the Cyberabad in the unit of administration. And now we are coming with the future city, Bharat future city. When I mentioned about Cyberabad, we are visualizing the Cyberabad after a few years. And while visualizing Cyberabad or any densely populated cities elsewhere, our people should not face this problem. That's the real reason we have come up to do something which is different, and which shall be competent, and which shall be a noble city with almost zero carbon, that is net zero city. Not only in terms of coming up with a well-planned architecture featuring the architectural greatness, but this city we are just thinking which symbolizes smart infrastructure, sustainable living, and also the economic dynamism. This city shall be a resilient and shall create a scalable framework that aligns both with the state priorities and also aligns with the global urban development standards. That's the real reason we call it Bharat Future City. And under my ministry, we have an industrial infrastructure corporation that is headed by my MD, Telangana State Industrial Infrastructure Corporation, has envisioned the future city as a Hyderabad fourth nucleus. This is a flagship of 13,500 acres, which shall be totally the green development that shall anchor new regional development and a corridor. And we are also planning for the extension of the metro, exactly positioned 25 kilometers from Rajiv Gandhi International Airport and connected via Srisalam Highway and Outer Ring Road. You know, everybody would see why we have selected this. This is the thing where the strategic accessibility will be there and the scale required will be there for the next generation urban and industrial center. The industrial integrated development combining a central business district, the CBD, with a diversified industrial zone, which shall leverage the Telangana economic potential by creating an industry-friendly, future-ready urban environment. I already mentioned a net zero carbon city. Future city fosters. And this shall be the place to work, to learn, to innovate, and to engage with a sustainable urban framework. And this location will be the state-of-art infrastructure positions itself as a strong destination for both the national and the international investment. You know, if you have seen the video clip of the Bharat Future City, most of the people over here, Shekhar Reddy would agree, along with his colleagues over here, when we try to market your products, you may also have thought, you know, the video clipping of us would have shown in that manner. But nowadays, everything is accountable, and through that, the means what we have shown in the video, we would live up to the standards what we thought about it. And that is the real reason we are throwing everything before you, how we are strategizing this future city, how you can partner with us, how you can co-create with us in this point of juncture. You know, we have adopted, this Bharat Future City has adopted multiple strategies. Sustainable mobility. I was just having a session how we are going to create a green-blue infrastructure and site-specific design solution tailored to local context. You know, the existing local systems have been integrated into this urban fabric through comprehensive greening strategy. The Spawn City framework strengthens what any urban city faces. We would like to see, we shouldn't face, you know, stormwater issues. So this city, we would like to literally see that there will be very resilient stormwater absorption, groundwater recharge, flood management, and also the heat mitigation through permeable services. Rain gardens will be there, the green roofs will be there, ecological corridors and buffer zones along the stream water bodies ensures the continuity of the natural habitats and prevent fragmentation of the biodiversity. Here, we have categorized zones. Each zone with future city, we have conceptualized with a distinct identity while functioning as a part of the larger cohesive ecosystem. At the core of the center, the CBD, 6 key districts. One is artificial intelligence city, which comprises of 200 acres. We are coming up with health city which goes in consonance with a new policy brought by our government, the health tourism, which shall be useful for the growth of the real estate too. The entertainment districts, the sports hub, where we are going to create the state-of-art facilities for each and every sport. We are going to have the education zone. Yesterday, London, many universities have come to join us to sign a MOU to put up their universities in this future city. And we are going to have the eco-tourism hub. This altogether forms the commercial, technological, institutional, and the cultural heart of the city. I need not to say about AI city. This AI city, what we are planning to do is to host digital innovation and next generation cutting-edge technologies and their enterprises over here. It shall be the place for incubation. It shall be place for innovation. It shall be place for the product companies, and it will host a artificial intelligence school, that is university. That's how we are planning to build this AI city. And to the east of the AI city, there comes the health city, a comprehensive medical and wellness district, which shall integrate the super specialty hospitals, research institutions, medical education, and rehabilitation facilities. And the entertainment district shall have the multiple zones, and it shall be a leisure hub with vibrant lifestyle, accommodating retail streets, hospitality, convention facility, and the family-oriented recreation. Its center's location enhances footfalls and supports the city cultural and social life. And the sports hub, the sports district is designed as a major destination for athletes and recreation, anchored by the large cricket stadium and 18-hole golf course. The district also would accommodate multi-sport training facilities, fitness center, and the community-level sporting infrastructure, promoting an active urban lifestyle. As I mentioned about the education zone, we shall bring universities, niche training institutes, and skill development centers. And in fact, in a month's time from now, we are going to inaugurate our Young India Skills University, which is just adjacent to this site. And we shall be the pipeline. Many of our partners from Telangana knows, that a university has been created to create a pool of talent. And a talent pipeline will be created for all the zones, for all the districts, what I was been mentioning. And in fact, ecotourism districts, which hosts this hub, this city or joining will be the urban forestry, which we are trying to build an unparalleled ecotourism adventure right at the city's doorstep with a nature-based leisure, eco-stays, outdoor learning and adventure activities. And I'm happy to share with you, Vantara, most of the people knows, the Vantara has signed MOU to put up there one more unit into a commercial one. And for all these districts, we need a residential zone. Located in the north and also southern parts of the site, we will provide diverse housing options ranging from plotted developments to the gated communities and high-rise residences. It's planned, the neighborhoods will be planned according to the sustainable and the quiet living environment which shall try to, encompass and engulf not only the high-ended urban population, we shall try to accommodate the middle class and upper middle class, and also for the working classes, which shall be required to propel this growth center of this city. And absolutely, for all these things, we need mobility access. For this mobility, we are trying to connect the city's transit network, and also we'll try to connect the employment centers, and we would be trying to connect them by encouraging walk to work concept. And surrounding the CBD will be the industrial belt which supports high technology and the core manufacturing sector. And this is totally will be built on the green pharma platform, which will cater to most of the things or essential required for this. This industrial ecosystem encompasses life sciences zone and electric vehicle zone, energy storage systems, electronics and advanced precision manufacturing, and a dedicated 400-acre data center districts. The mix of high-value industries positions this city as one of India's most competitive destinations for investment and also for the job creation. And in fact, we have electronics and advanced manufacturing zones here, EV and ESS zones, and in fact, data center park, which shall be in vogue by end of February. Overall, I would like to mention to the partners over here and the future partners for our city and to our state, I would like to mention this city has been conceptualized as an integrated, resilient and future-ready urban system capable of accommodating a projected population of approximately 9 lakh residents and generate employment for nearly 13 lakh people. With its strategic location, robust planning framework, and sector-driven economic model, the city shall be positioned to catalyze long-term economic growth and emerge as a leading investment destination in India. So we welcome all the partners, all the elders on the dais to share their views, and this state and this administration and our Chief Minister, who holds the municipal administration, the portfolio too, and who shall be the chairman of this Bharat Future City Development Corporation. Would be more positive to hear from you, and whatever the points I mentioned before you, we have conceptualized and we would be putting them into action in our vision document of 2047. I thank all the people who have come from different destinations of the world, of our nation, and we welcome all the proud partners of our Telangana state. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I'm audible? So thank you so much, sir, for giving a very clear picture of, the Bharat Future City, not only from the perspective of, urban development, but also, how it's so critical, and that the concept of people-oriented neighborhoods, people-oriented cities have been so strongly incorporated in the design, planning, and the policy formulation. So as we move forward, let's also hear from our other experts, may I request Mr. Sudeep, and just a 2-minute kind of briefing from your perspective of what BFC is all about. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for such an inspiring introduction. And I would like to, of course, congratulate the government of Telangana for this very far-sighted initiative. We are all aware that any new cities can contribute significantly to the economy of the region, whether it is in terms of government expenditure, private consumption, exports, and of course they are a large employment magnet. And in this particular case, we are certain that it will also be an innovation, a laboratory for innovation. And that's the kind of vision that we are looking at. Any initiative of this kind requires some strategic choices. And it's quite obvious that we have already made a few strategic choices, and I would just like to dwell upon some of them. If we see globally, many cities have adopted a model for a single sector or focused on a specific sector. However, in our case, we have opted for a multi-sector approach and looking at a wide range of economic activities, whether it's AI or life sciences, electronics, sports, film, etc. And I personally am a strong advocate of this multi-sectoral approach, specifically from an economic perspective. And the reason is that different sectors have their own cycles, and it is important to get a basket of such sectors together in order to nullify any negative cyclical aspects as the economy is concerned. Therefore, it's very important for us to look at this entire development as a portfolio approach. And I would like to kind of dwell upon this going ahead in the future also. Now, while we have chosen a certain set of sectors to be the key drivers for our economy, it's also important to understand that many of them have synergies. And while, for example, AI and life sciences, globally they are now converging. Similarly, medical diagnostics require data analytics. So there is a lot of convergence in economic activities that is happening. And while it's important for us to co-locate some of these sectors together, it's also important to weave in our design some of the softer aspects as to how these sectors can interface with each other and actually contribute to the growth of the economy. So this is the first point I would like to make. Similarly, it's very important to, and this is very much a part of the design of this program, to have a skill university. Again, there will be a lot of commonalities within different sectors as far as skill growth. So it's important for us to recognize what those commonalities are and where the differences are, and get in the right inputs so that we can phase out our interventions properly. Similarly, again, in terms of common infrastructure, I think one of the important aspects which the private sector would be looking at is how to be more cost competitive. And cost competitiveness can come again through synergies, through common infrastructure. And this is something that I would also urge the investors to frankly give their views to the government to determine what is the kind of common infrastructure that is required, what is the pricing mechanism, so that appropriate models can be developed going ahead in the future. The next very important thing in my view is, of course, the institutional design. While we have the FCDA, I think because it's a 20-year-long journey, it's important for us to kind of bring in a lot of flexibility in staffing, recruiting, getting the best people to lead such an important initiative. And I think that's going to be a very important way forward. And also how various stakeholders can be a part of the governance model is something that would be very critical as well. And the last thing I would like to mention is that this is a massive program. And a program of this nature has many moving parts, and they will continue to evolve. There will be a lot of challenges that we will face from time to time. So there needs to be a very, very strong monitoring mechanism so that we are absolutely clear on what are the core indicators that we want to focus on, and how do we kind of come back if we go off track. So I will thank you again for giving me the opportunity to make this today. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Sudeep. I think some of the key pointers or takeaways is synergies between different industries, and at the same time, don't put your eggs in the same basket, diversify. With that, may I ask, Sandeep to give a perspective from real estate.
Thank you, Vishal, Honorable Minister, and my friends on the dais and off the dais. A wonderful audience. To start with, I've been to many state government initiative summits, but I can say, Honorable Minister, one of the best I have seen in last 5-7 years, very well organized. As Vishal has given me just 2 minutes, so I'll try to wrap it up. I don't think in recent past, at least in 10-15 years, any state government has imagined of to do a project of this scale, 13,500 square kilometers. It is something mind-blowing, is something very, very ambitious, and it needs a lot of guts, a lot of vision to even think of that. So at first level, I think success comes when you start visualizing it, and at the first step we have achieved that, visualizing that 13,500 square kilometers of a city by itself. Secondly, I'll say, we at JLL, we are there to help the government and to bring a lot of our clients, do a road show for this Bharat Future City, educate all our clients across the world, right from Japan to South Korea to US, all the industrial clients, all the logistic clients, clients in AI, data center, about Bharat Future City and what is there in the Bharat Future City, how able is the government, how proactive is the government, and convince them and bring it to Telangana to invest. That is something we, as one of the stakeholders and JLL, we can do to help the Bharat City, future Bharat City being successful. We have seen most of the metros, the success has happened predominantly in and around IT, ITS. I think we have to change that thought process. Yes, IT, ITS, I talk of GCCs and IT companies is very important, and that's what has fueled the services economy of India till now. But I think we have to think beyond that. I think any country cannot grow, cannot achieve its full potential unless we have the manufacturing. If we don't have an economy catering to the semi-skilled laborers. Now, Bharat Future City has a wonderful opportunity to cater to the manufacturing sector, cater to the logistics, cater to the warehousing, and all other semi-skilled companies to come and set up their bases here. This is an amazing opportunity. In the core city of Hyderabad, the land costs are so high, it is not possible to accumulate, forget about 200, 300 acres, it's not possible to get even 10 acres. Now here is an opportunity, and a lot of investors are there in the audience. I think today morning I met people from Semcop, they're from Singapore, one of the biggest logistic company. And I understand, they are here. I'll request companies like them to come and invest in this Bharat Future City and make it as a manufacturing magnet, and I believe the $3 trillion economy is achieved by the combination of the services sector as well as manufacture. This is a golden opportunity. I would like to thank again the government for this wonderful vision, and wishing all the best to the government. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I think they have a couple of questions based upon your talk, and which I'll mention probably towards the end of the session. Sanjay, if we can discuss something on the lines of institutional framework and, of course, funding. 3 minutes, please.
Honorable Minister, MD at TGIIC, and my panelist colleague, first of all, thank you for inviting us for this important seminar. Are you putting presentation? Okay, I have a presentation, but I think let me just quickly go through it. I think we have already, this is established fact that cities are under leveraging potential in India, and there is a tremendous scope for cities to grow and bring employment and bring jobs. And urbanization is a critical factor. So, okay. No, it's not moving. Yeah. Next. So this was very much acknowledged by Government of India, and this is the two publications. One is on the cities as growth hubs and creative redevelopment of cities. These are the two knowledge products actually Asian Development Bank and World Bank put together. And of course, there is another publication on harnessing economic potential for Indian cities. So based on this knowledge product, the Government of India has recently launched Urban Challenge Fund. So I wish to compliment government that you are already on this path. Cities as growth hub, this is perfectly the city what you are developing. And on the other side, creative redevelopment of cities, we have 9 typologies. And one of the typologies is riverfront development. And that also, Musi River is taken by Telangana government. And we are happy that ADB is associated with it. So, I think just on a global experience on urbanization, I think economic growth are, cities and urbanization and economic growth are intimately connected. And the underlying reason I think all of my earlier speakers have talked about is agglomeration economies, where I think the step taken to get mix of industrial use, I think that's where learning through, spillover of ideas, matching input, outputs, or sharing resources, which is physical or social infrastructure, I think that helps to cities to grow. I mean, these elements are already, we heard about Honorable Minister speaking. So, economic vision, integrated economic planning, transport planning, land market utilization, governance and institutional capacity, transparency and transport and connectivity, and financing urban development. So these are some of the areas which are critical for the cities as growth. And investment has to go in, as far as the infrastructure is getting created, I think one has to ensure sustainability also, and where different sources of financing comes into play. For example, how land can be monetized, what are the market-based financing solutions. And one point is to be noted that it's only not creation of infrastructure, but it's sustainable operation and maintenance. So how can we structure the user charges and financing those, for future development. So these are some of the aspects which need to be taken into consideration. And one important point I want to make is about the role of the local governments. And we have seen international experience that local governments play a very important role, where they play, I mean, they are the decision-making authority, and that helps into cities to grow. And last but not least, what we say is that economic vision for the city is very important, and therefore city region marketing programs, investment promotion programs, creating single window clearances, master planning more on the regional level, and integrating, other sort of land records and other things, and encouraging, the urban local bodies and integrating them into the progress is important. The last point on the economic vision for the cities, what I mentioned, is, I mean, we have to decide what is this city is going to be famous for. Identify roles of the stakeholders, and like be it industry, government, investors, developers. What are the key enablers? For example, skills, land, policies, regulation, capacity building, etc. And accordingly prepare a developed strategic plan and have frequent stakeholder consultations. So these are some of the future steps to have this city. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sanjay. And I think it's very fascinating to know that, although nationally, internationally, cities as economic engines is a known fact. Funding, yes, it's required, but most importantly, what you have also heard, it's also the maintenance, the operations, and the return on investments. So, what are those ideal strategies? At a conceptual stage of cities design, if those could be identified, sort of inbuilt into the policies, it will actually go a very long way. Uh, Mr. Shekhar Reddy, if a quick 2 to 3 minutes in terms of sustainability and its institutional framework, please.
Minister Garu and CM Garu and their cabinet, sir, congratulations, sir. First of all, for taking up the Bharat Future City, this entire concept. I think I want to tell few things about the credibility of this government and the industry, how it has flourished. When 2006, we had very few brands in Hyderabad. The entire industry was unorganized, but with the GO number 86 in 2006, which has given, to decongest the core city of Hyderabad Municipal Corporation, that 176 square kilometers, we wanted to go outside the city, periphery of the city, and develop large projects, and also have a disciplined thing, and freedom to developers, planners. Then that is the reason the unlimited FSI has come outside the periphery of the city. So that has given the rise to whatever the development you are seeing today. That is the first achievement, I guess, a milestone. So thereafter, the airport is another milestone, outer ring road is a milestone, metro is a milestone, and I am confident this milestone, whatever the $3 trillion, what is the goal is that definitely we will achieve because of our past track record. And I thank you, Minister Garu, for taking up the net zero concept here. And definitely the operational cost of the industries will come down because of the net zero concept. And what I like the FSI concept, sir, we have to go ahead and give out of the box incentives, 10 folds or 10 times ahead of the other cities, other states. Maybe MSME is one sector where large employment creation is happening. So you can look into that, give more incentives, upfront incentives, and a plug-and-play system also you can give. And one more thing, my suggestion is, this item we have to trust the industry. Like in 86 GO, we trusted the developers, given self-enforcement to them. Here also, give the instant permission to them on application, instant permission to give to them, allow them to function. Anything is required in the meanwhile, maybe in the 1 year time they can fulfill. I think that will bring, because time is money today. Globally, people are looking for the time. If the lesser time is there, they can earn more money and commitments will be there. Definitely, that is another thing is the land use. Earlier session also, people are talking about the land use, sir. The land use pattern also, kindly look into it. Not only this city, rest of the state also, and try to avoid whatever the multiple taxation is there. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Shekhar Reddy. May I request Shashanka sir to give a quick brief about the BFC?
Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Minister for Industries, IT and Legislative Affairs, Sridhar Babu Garu, the other esteemed panelists for today's session, and friends of the dais. It's always difficult to hold the attention after a good meal. I hope we are able to hold your attention, and thank you for being with us today. And I take this opportunity to welcome you all again formally to the project called Bharat Future City, where we are conducting this particular session today. And just to give you the context, since Bharat Future City has been planned as one of the ambitious projects of this government, the entire venue and this setup, we could come up with this in the last 20 days with all the hard work. So I'm sure you can trust us with the project progress also in the days to come. My esteemed panelists have already mentioned, along with the Minister, sir, many points about this particular project. So without taking much of your time, Future City Development Authority is an extension of the successful model of our state, which is Hyderabad Metropolitan Development Authority, wherein it will concentrate, it will be a fusion of urban transformation on the planning part and also energizing the rapid industrial development through policy making. So this will be spread across around 765 square kilometers, around 1,80,000 acres, wherein the core will be the industrial smart city named by our Honorable Chief Minister, which is Bharat Future City. As it has already been mentioned, Bharat Future City stands on three strong pillars: resilient infrastructure, with an attempt for sustainable living, and to have more creative and dynamic economic model. As we see across the world, the cities have been the growth engines. This state already had the benefit of 3 cities. Now we are trying our best to come up with another growth pole with all these ingredients as a 4th city, the future city. I request all of you to stay tuned and continue this panel discussion. Thank you.
All right. So, first of all, thank you all the, the panelists, and a lot of points were discussed. So why these things were being discussed, I made some notes. I have few, specific questions. Maybe we'll start with Minister, sir, if I may. Sir, in what aspect or component of Bharat Future City excites you the most?
You've asked a difficult question, but all aspects are very, very close to, dear to us. Absolutely, I may be a little partial when it comes to my own ministry as an IT and industry, but all aspects are very, very dear and close to our government and our Chief Minister. So all aspects, well, I told about each district, all these districts which we are, trying to see that they become the best asset of the state as well as to the nation, and it shall be the first of a kind for the global arena. So very difficult question.
Yeah.
Sure, Mr.
No, I think it's a great answer, because that's what all of us were expecting. Because in cities, it's almost like, having your own child, children. So every aspect of a city is close to you, whether it's a new development, roads, infrastructure, or parks, open spaces, and so on and so forth. Shashanka sir, a quick one. Mentioned about FCDA. If I may ask, how do you foresee, FCDA, which can strategically unlock, the development potential for Bharat Future City?
So, FCDA, Future City Development Authority, as I mentioned, is the planning. It provides that planning framework, like how a city should be, or probably what we lack in our cities largely is the planning aspect, which we want to plug in here and make sure with a proper sustainable master plan. And Shekhar Reddy Garu was mentioning about land use, and others were also mentioning about the funding pattern. For all this to happen, a lot of policy tweaking is required, which we want to bring in, make it more business friendly, and also come up with a city which caters to every section of the society. Our Minister sir was mentioning about residential complexes for the working class.
Right.
So all kinds of aspects we want to attend to. So FCDA is a platform, is an enabler which provides the direction for the 765 square kilometers, so which we miss out in our existing cities and towns.
Right.
So we wanted to push this greenfield idea through FCDA. Thank you.
Yeah, see, isn't that fascinating, you know? Although we are talking about Bharat Future City, around 14,000 acres, but here the vision is around 8,000 square kilometers. So just imagine, you know, the steps that the state government and specifically FCDA is taking in this aspect.
800.
800 square kilometers, yeah. All right, so there's few more. I know we talked about you know, the market aspect, sustainability, institutional framework, real estate. But maybe I'll just pose one question, and from your perspective, you know, start with Sudeep, then Shekhar, then Sanjay, then Sandeep. You know, what role the private sector can play in this journey of making you know, Bharat Future City achieve its you know, the long-term objectives? So starting with Sudeep, you.
So I had mentioned about the importance of institutional framework and the private sector to be a very active participant in the entire governance framework. So it's because this is at the end of the day a long journey which has to be kind of driven by both the government and the private sector. So my own sense is that the government can only take decisions if the inputs from the investors and the private sector is right and appropriate. And there has to be some kind of a mechanism to kind of, you know, bring them on board and ensure transparency.
Mike.
Oh, okay, sorry. So I'll just quickly repeat what I've said. In terms of the institutional and the governance framework, it's really important for the private sector to be a very important participant in this entire, and this is a very good example of why we are all here. Until the investors and the private sector gives its proper and honest input, whether it's in terms of demand, in terms of willingness to pay, what kind of infrastructure they need, what type of phasing is required, the project cannot kind of, you know, achieve its end objective. So I would really look for a platform where, you know, which gives an open platform for the private sector to actually give its inputs transparently. So that would be my take on this. Thank you.
Shekhar Reddy. Yes.
My take on this is private sector can do a lot in achieving this 3 trillion economy, provided no, I've been saying for the last 2 decades under PPP model, that is only the futuristic, wherein if the state can take all the statutory approvals upfront and declare to the investors globally that if you are a bidder, you can start your project next week onwards. So that will encourage many investors to support the entrepreneur. So that is most important, sir, because the time is essence today. And all type of Honorable Minister has said a lot of social infrastructure and other related, any industry, globally and as well as the Telangana developer friends, fraternities sitting here, CA members, everybody, they are eagerly looking what type of ease of doing business is going to happen here so that they can collaborate with globally with the potential people, whether it's a manufacturing or a service sector or an IT, the startup companies. Anyway, but it all depends what is the vision document is going to be, and it has to be out of the box. I have to say, sir, whenever we used to tell something in the government, people used to look at, I think he is not saying the meaningful thing. But when I repeatedly said over a period of time and again, they understood that meaning, then implemented. So we have seen the results, sir. So this has to be done. We should be ahead of other states tenfold. We should come out of the box. We should, because we are not losing anything, sir. See, land is there, person is there. If some mistakes are there, anybody can correct it. So that is the reason I ask. I'm requesting once again, trust the industry. Leave it to them, because they are bringing the funds. So enjoy the fruits, sir, because you need a lot of employment and downstream GST. That is what my wish, sir.
Sure.
Would be good to know what's the government's perspective of
Yes,
private sector.
You know, in this sort of economies, the economy definitely is, most of the economies are driven by the private partners. And if you see the India at large and states at large, all states, including India at the federal level, we take welfare as a priority. In the development, although it's on our agenda, we take the cooperation and coordination of the private players. Most of the capital assets of late have been created by the private parties or the private players, and that tends to show there is a lots of difference in the policy making, also giving lots of scope for the private players to come and participate and grow together in the government. So we in this Future City Development Corporation too, we invite esteemed private players to come and participate and be a part of this development. We welcome everybody over here to what capacities, depending upon the strengths in their domain expertise. We will welcome them with open arms. And many a time I hear Mr. Shekhar Reddy speaking what government should do. We take it in a very positive sense. Our government definitely is a proactive state which shall try to put the policies to the spirit of our private players, safeguarding the government interests. And this is one of the beautiful aspects of our government. Right now I can claim ease of doing business in Telangana is supposed to be #1 in whole of India. And we are coming up ease of doing business, the policy reforms 2.0, so that we can propel what we are having a great ambition of making 3 trillion economy, to grow each and every sector or every department in the government has to propel itself. Either it maybe in their attitude, maybe in their functioning style, maybe in delivery systems. We have to literally see that our delivery systems work in consonance with the thought of a political leader, because we have a political will and intent. How best we can put it across to our partners in the bureaucracy and down-level bureaucracy and see that their cooperation moves ahead. All the positive suggestions, what they have been mentioned. And, there are a couple of other issues. If Mr. Shah permits, I'll try to, act up on this, what Joshiji was telling about, river water development and the role of local governments. Definitely, we always see decentralization is an important aspect of running the administration. And in building this Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation, right now we have combined the villages, we have combined small municipalities, and we have combined them into the corporation, trying to bring in uniformity in terms of the land, in terms of other services required. Otherwise, as you know, local administration, the village has a different systems of administration. The tax collection or the running of functioning of the Gram Panchayats is different. Coming down to the next level, the small municipalities functions on a different level and the corporation functions on a different level to bring in a parity and uniformity. So we have assimilated Gram Panchayats, many Gram Panchayats, small municipalities into corporation, and we will now try to put into picture this Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporations will be divided into 3 or 4 zones where the uniformity will be spread. We really respect whatever you have said, that the local self-government's involvement will be there all the time, so that we bring the delivery systems into action in a very smart and very faster way. So definitely I would agree for that. And in fact, I have to thank Mr. Sandeep Ji for, looking at this beautiful arena and what is the vision of our government. He himself thought of becoming a brand ambassador for this, and thanks for that. And, Sudhir Ji has told about how do you design it, how do you see the convergence between different industries coming into one aspect, the convergence, how it takes in terms of multi-sectoral disciplines which are coming over here. Definitely we are just thinking, I've told, everything is related to few of the core sectors like skilling, like approvals, like design approvals, and how do we link AICT to different verticals of the industries over here? How do I link the skills to here? How do I link the coming up data centers, which almost all the industries require? Now everything is moved on AI, or cutting edge technologies will require data centers. So we, all this convergence takes at one place. So this we are duly considering it at the highest level, and we are trying to see that how best we can really converge these multi-sectoral districts, which shall give a comprehensive output for their own this thing. And you know, Shekhar Reddy always keeps on asking out-of-box incentives. We will provide the professional, no out-of-box, sir. We will do more out-of-box incentives for all the things, and we shall strive to see that this city grows. As you know, my MD is sitting here. Lots of credence has to go to Mr. MD and the team for, you know, anywhere when a political leader thinks about doing this concept. And it's the political thought, what we thought of doing it. When we have put this, the implementation is done by our bureaucracy. And execution is done at a faster level. In 3 weeks' time, whole a smaller version of the city has been built. So already our work is on this Future City Development Corporation. Earlier to this, we had Skills University, which is almost on the verge of finishing. And we have Amazon data centers, which we are extending it to 400 acres now. That becomes the data centers park. And we are coming up with other, you know, Hyderabad Cricket Association ground over here, which shall be the biggest ever cricket ground over here. In few months from now, we'll be doing the groundbreaking. So process is on. How well you take it is our, you know, destiny, and you know how JLL takes or other big consultants who are here. We would wish to take them at the same length and same favor and move from here. Thank you, Mr. Shah.
So, to Vishal, to your question of what is the role of private sector, I can say the government is an enabler. Government is a facilitator. The main role is the private sector. I'll give you a beautiful example. What was the fate of sports as an industry, sports as a career, say, before IPL, right? So, the IPL, while it comes under the purview of government India, BCCI is an autonomous in India. Now, IPL has completely changed the way sports is seen, perceived as a career. And because of IPL, whether it is volleyball league, the baseball league, or, you know, the Kabaddi league. By the way, Kabaddi is the second largest league in India after cricket. You know, the millions of people. What I'm trying to say is that this is all because of private participation, all because of private efforts. And if you want to succeed for this Bharat Future City, government is an enabler, is a facilitator. It has to be different private companies who are going to come and spend their money and get it successful. Absolutely, it's private companies who are going to do it.
Yeah, I think this type of a this type of a large development is impossible without having private investment. It displays very significant role, and primarily, I mean, apart from infrastructure investment, private sector can bring in a lot of digital governance in terms of technology, smart grid, or renewables, as well as climate change. So these are all, I think, very much ingredients private sector can bring in this case. Another two areas I can think of is skills and workforce development is another area which private sector can bring. And lastly, global best practices, because we want to see this city as one of the global hub. And I think just on a question on the government side, I think mostly focus on institutional and governance aspect where stable policy environment and clear sort of standardized type of contracts, clear dispute resolution mechanisms, and transparent procurement process. These are some of the elements where private sector finds comfort. So,
Yes,
yeah.
I agree to your point, Joshiji. Here what we mentioned about, we will be open to all the private players, to the sector specific, and as rightly said by Sandeep, we will just be the facilitator. The city has been conceptualized, mostly built by the private players, except in few areas where the government intervention is required, where the public education is required, where the public health is required. There the regulatory framework will be involved. Other than that, it shall be enabler as per you. And at the same time, the dispute resolution and procurement or the distribution or we will set certain standards which shall be level playing, which shall be more accountable, which shall be transparent. And these are areas where we are keen about because we are working in a democratic polity where we will be more be accountable and has to be transparent. This is the thing what we will take into consideration. And any other suggestions from your side? Because ultimately, this city which we are trying to put up should be a city devoid of any issues or the legal disputes or any sort of a trouble for our investor over here. That will take, due diligent care in while delivering the systems for them.
All right, I think we are running, we are anyways crossed, the time limit which we had, and there's a lot of other points to discuss. But just to, conclude before the vote of thanks that, cities don't get built overnight. We all know that. You saw, where, when the minister sir was initially mentioning about the aspiration of building something so large, that too, in a single phase, might sound a bit challenging, but, the government accepts that challenge. So that's number one point. Number two, the work that FCDA is doing, integrating Bharat Future City with the larger 800 square kilometer area. So, that's another sort of very aspirational, visionary, but, looking at things because from a very large scale planning perspective to a very focused area, which is the Bharat Future City. From an economic standpoint, I think this is very well known fact. Don't put or don't focus on a single sort of a sector. So diversification in economic sector is another big takeaway. But at the same time, diversification even in housing for all income levels, that's another big takeaway. And then all of these point towards, one simple thing that at BFC, what's been is being achieved it to create something which makes people's lives better than the day-to-day challenges which we face in multiple cities around India. But BFC is trying to achieve something, which enhances quality of life, ease of doing business, but all of these actually is doing something better for the people. So having said that, I think with that we'll conclude the session. Well, thank you so much for all your thoughts. I wish we had another hour because there's a lot more to discuss. This is not a subject that can be covered in 1 hour. It's a very fascinating area, but this is what we had the time. So I think, thank you so much for all your input.
Thank you, sir. I now request Minister Garu to felicitate our panelists on stage. Mr. Sudeep Kumar Sinha ji. Mr. C. Shekhar Reddy. Mr. C. Shekhar Reddy. Mr. Sanjay Joshi. Mr. Sandeep Patnaik. And the moderator for this session, Mr. Vishal Kundra. I request Minister Garu and our panelists to please step forward for a group picture, please. So that was indeed an insightful conversation about Bharat Future City, which stands just more than a project. It definitely represents the scale of Telangana's ambition and its confidence in shaping the next chapter of the India's growth history. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our panelists who are here to join us in this panel session. That was our third panel session of the day, day 2 of the Telangana Rising Global Summit 2025. Thank you once again, sir. Thank you one and all for joining us on stage. As we move on to the next session, a very interesting session, I'm sure, definitely for people from Telangana, because we have our directors, producers, actors, not only from Tollywood but also from Bollywood, to have a very insightful conversation about Cinema Rising 2047. As India moves towards 2047, the centenary of its independence, Indian cinema is entering into its most transformative era ever. Cinema Rising 2047 represents a future where creativity, technology, culture, global collaboration come together to shape a bold, new identity for Indian storytelling. 2047 cinema will no longer be limited to screens. It's going to be much more than that. And to talk and to have a meaningful discussion, we have panel, I just can't tell them panel, we have heroes, we have heroines from Bollywood and Tollywood. Mari andaru nalage edur chustunnara? Entamandi edur chustunaru? Oksari gattiga vinocha? Are you all looking forward for this? Okay, Telugu समझ में नहीं आ रहा है किसी को? Okay, चलो. आज हमारे यहाँ पर इस पैनल डिस्कशन में शामिल होने वाले हैं हमारे बॉलीवुड के कुछ ऐसे कलाकार और टॉलीवुड के कुछ ऐसे कलाकार और प्रोड्यूसर्स, डायरेक्टर्स जिनको हमने देखा है, उनको आपने उनके मूवीज में एक्टिंग करते हुए देखा है, एज अ डायरेक्टर, एज अ प्रोड्यूसर भी देखा है, और आज वो हमारे सामने इस पैनल डिस्कशन में शामिल होने वाले हैं. आई एम लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू having a great evening. Please sit back, relax, enjoy the conversation, and we'll see you in a while. storytelling. He's from Tollywood and Bollywood joining us on stage. I request all of you to please resume your seats. Please take your seats, sit back, relax this meaningful and joyful conversation. Thank you.
Prospering, it's promising, got everything, it's flourishing. Telangana rising, it is so shining, it's just amazing, the future is building. Come together, grow together, let's all prosper here in this land of great history, technology and tourism that you gotta see. Telangana rising, it is so shining, it's just amazing, the future is building. See the unity, diversity in the city. Here we welcome the world where dreams unfold. Let's all uphold every life and soul. Telangana rising, it is so shining, it's just amazing, the future is building. It's prospering, it's promising, got everything, it's flourishing. Telangana rising, it is so shining, it's just amazing, the future is building. Telangana rising, it is so shining, Telangana rising, it is so shining, Telangana rising, 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 rising. State is so shining. Telangana rising, state is so shining, it's just amazing, the future is building. Telangana rising, state is so shining, it's just amazing, the future is building. It's prospering, it's promising, got everything, it's flourishing. Telangana the future is building. Telangana rising, state is so shining. It's just amazing, the future is building. It's prospering, it's promising, got everything, it's flourishing. Telangana rising, state is so shining. It's just amazing, the future is building. Come together, grow together. Let's all prosper here in this land of great history, technology, and tourism that got us here.
Check. A kind request to our guests who are seated on the first row. Attention please. A kind request to all our guests who are seated in the first row. Please do vacate the first row. We have eminent personalities coming from the film industry. And I think people who have been a part of the earlier panel sessions can just go back. A humble request from the organizing committee. I request our guests in the first row to please resume their seats, the row behind. A kind request, a humble request from the organizing committee to make place for the artists who are joining us from the various film industries. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for honoring us. Thank you.
Once first I'll do the prompter, then I'll come behind to put this. That and that. Okay.
You won't take this?
No, I'll. ऑन करेंगे तो because they shouldn't.
Yeah, you can talk.
Good evening, everyone. It's a privilege and honor to be at the Telangana Rising Global Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an exceptional panel with us today. Okay, this is the speed.
Yeah.
rising, state is so shining. It's just amazing, the future is building. Telangana rising, state is so shining. It's just amazing, the future is building. It's prospering, it's promising, got everything, it's flourishing. Telangana rising, state is so shining. It's just amazing, the future is building. Come together, grow together. Let's all prosper here in this land of great history, technology, and tourism that you gotta see. Telangana rising, state is so shining. It's just amazing, the future is building. See the unity, diversity in the city.
Telangana, the emerging global film destination. In the heart of India's vibrant creative landscape lies a rising powerhouse, Telangana, a land where tradition meets innovation and dreams take shape through the lens of cinema. Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Shri A. Revanth Reddy, Telangana is fast emerging as a global hub for media and entertainment. From world-class film studios to dynamic production ecosystems, the future of cinema is being written here. The Telangana Film Development Corporation proudly unveils a specialized single-window online portal, a revolutionary step towards fast, transparent and hassle-free shooting permissions to make filmmaking seamless. At the heart of it all is Hyderabad, India's media capital, home to legendary studios like Ramoji Film City, Annapurna Studios, cutting-edge VFX hubs, sound stages,
నిర్వహించేందుకు తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్ర ప్రధాన కార్యదర్శి శ్రీ కె రామకృష్ణ ఐఏఎస్ గారిని వేదికపైకి సవినయంగా ఆహ్వానిస్తూ ఉన్నాం. By turning a powerful dream into a remarkable reality, our Chief Minister has shown that inspired leadership can achieve for a progressive, ambitious and globally connected Telangana. రేవంత్ రెడ్డి గారు ప్రజాపాలనా ప్రభుత్వానికి శ్రీకారం చుట్టి నుంచి రెండు పదాలు ఎప్పుడూ వాడుతుంటారు. అదే ఫోకస్, ఒక అంశంపై దృష్టి కేంద్రీకరించాలి, పట్టు పట్టరాదు పట్టు విడవరాదు అన్నదానికి ఈ పండుగ ఒక ఉదాహరణను తెలియజేస్తూ ఇప్పుడు తెలంగాణ రైజింగ్ గ్లోబల్ సమ్మిట్ 2025 విజయోత్సవ సభ ఇది. సుసంపన్నమైన శుభ సందర్భం ఇది. ఈ శుభ సందర్భంలో తెలంగాణ తల్లి ఆశీస్సులు అందరం కలిసి అందుకుందాం, అందరం లేచి నిలబడదాం. జయ జయ హే తెలంగాణ స్టేట్ సాంగ్, తెలంగాణ స్టేట్ సాంగ్, జయ జయ హే తెలంగాణ.
జయ హే తెలంగాణ జననీ జయ కేతనం, ముకోటి గొంతుకలు ఒక్కటైన చేతనం, తరతరాల చరితగల తల్లి
సానుకూల దృక్పథంతో, సహృదయంతో, సంస్కారంతో, సౌజన్యంతో అందరినీ ముందుకు నడిపించమని తెలంగాణ తల్లిని ప్రార్థిస్తూ, మే నౌ రిక్వెస్ట్ శ్రీ కె రామకృష్ణరావు ఐఏఎస్ సార్ టు కండక్ట్ ది ప్రొసీడింగ్స్ ఆఫ్ దిస్ festive moments.
Andarki Namaskaram. Honorable Chief Minister Sri Revanth Reddy Garu, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister Sri Mallu Bhatti Vikramarka Garu, esteemed global guests Sir Tony Blair, Sri Anand Mahindra Garu, Dr. Raghuram Rajan Garu, distinguished economists Sri Arvind Subramanian Garu, Sri Karthik Muralidharan Garu, former Governor of RBI, and mana Telugu Bidda Sri Duvuri Subbarao Garu, Andarki Namaskaram. Good evening. As the winter sun sets over the magnificent Bharat future city, something new is rising. For the last 48 hours, this venue has hummed with the energy of possibility. We have not just held a summit, we have ignited a movement. Looking around this hall, I see the world represented in our state. I see the ambition of Silicon Valley, the precision of South Korea, the scale of China, and the spirit of India, all converging here on the Deccan Plateau. When we conceived the Telangana Rising Global Summit, under the guidance of our Honorable Chief Minister and Honorable members of the Cabinet, we dared to dream big. We set a target to transform our state into a $1 trillion economy by 2034 and $3 trillion economy by 2047. Many people asked, is this really possible? Today, the world has answered with a resounding yes. In just the first day of the summit, we have secured investment commitments excluding 3 lakh crores. And today, we have secured investment commitments of more than 2 lakh crores. In all, when the totaling is done, I'm sure that in a very short period of time, such an intensity of investment commitments are never made in any state. These are not just numbers, they are the seeds of millions of jobs. They are the guarantee that our children will not have to look around for opportunity. Opportunity has come to them. Our Honorable Chief Minister has rightfully invoked that the competition to Hyderabad, the competition to Telangana, is not just another city in India, as another state in the world, another state in India, but we are competing with the best in the world. We not only have to compete with them, but we have to be better than them. Just as the region within China, which was transformed into the factory of the world, Telangana wants to be transformed into not just the factory, but also the innovative laboratory and the engine which drives the growth in India. Our strategy is very, very clear. We have the core urban region where deep tech and finance will thrive in world-class cities. The peri-urban region where fast urbanization is happening, the hum of the machinery and logistics will drive global exports. In the rural area, where our farmers become partners in prosperity through value chains and green energy. This is the blueprint for Viksit Telangana as part of Viksit Bharat dream of Honorable Prime Minister. It is a model where the skyscraper and the silo stand together. But friends, economic growth without a soul is merely commerce. Telangana is built on a foundation of struggle and poetry. Standing here, I am reminded of the great revolutionary poet, Dasarathi Krishnamacharyalu, who even from behind the prison bars saw the brilliance of this land and people. He sang, Na Telangana Koti Ratanala Veena. In English, my Telangana is a veena decked with a crore of diamonds. For decades, these diamonds lay hidden in the dust of neglect. Today, through your investments and our vision and hard work, we are polishing these diamonds. The world can now see and shine. From the weaves of Pochampalli to the software quarters of Cyberabad, the melody of the veena is now being heard across India and across the globe. And let us not forget the conscience keeper of the state, the Prajakavi Kaloji Narayan Rao, who taught us that true progress is inclusive. In this spirit, I assure you that this $1 trillion vision is for the common man. It will ensure that the wealth we create in these plenary halls, in this Bharat Future City, will also reach the last household of Telangana, of Adilabad, of Kottagudem Bhadradri, and also of Gadwal. As we close this summit, we open a new chapter. To our investors, you have placed your trust in us. We will honor it with speed, transparency, and partnership. To our youth, the Skill University, chaired by Sri Anand Mahindra ji, this is for you. Prepare yourself for the world. History tells us that in the words of Victor Hugo, no force on earth can stop an idea whose time has come. Telangana's time has come today. We are resilient. We are ambitious. As our Chief Minister declared to the world, Telangana's rise is unstoppable. Let us go forth from this place and build the future. Come, join the rise. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Telangana. Now I would request Sri Anand Mahindra ji to kindly address the gathering.
Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, Gaurava Sabaku Namaskaram. Now, I'm sure many of you here today have at some point in your lives experienced a moment when suddenly the horizon of possibilities opened up in front of you. And I believe that nations and states also experience such moments. And as I stand before you here today, I can say with absolute conviction that Telangana is at precisely such a pivotal juncture in its journey. We are all here in Hyderabad today when a bold manifesto for the future is about to be launched. Now, I had the privilege of reviewing this vision a short while ago, and frankly, I was astonished. And I don't use that word lightly. The great artist and inventor Michelangelo is believed to have said that the greatest danger for most of us is not that our aim is too high and we miss it, but that it is too low and we reach it. Now, after seeing the blueprint of this vision document, it's clear to me that the danger of aiming low has been decisively buried. This has got to be one of the most ambitious and genuinely people-centric visions I have ever encountered, not just in India, but globally. Equally impressive is not just the scale of ambition, but the depth of its foundation. And I want to emphasize that this vision was co-created. And I repeat, it was co-created. It was not written in isolation, but it was shaped by an extensive consultation with the citizens of Telangana and with experts in chosen fields, by understanding their needs, their aspirations, and their hopes. And frankly, this resonated very, very deeply with me, because at our own Mahindra Group, I have often said that vision is not the monopoly of just a leader or of a few people. And history has shown us that dreams which become reality are dreams which are shared, which are co-created. Because when people participate in designing their own future, the odds of success rise dramatically. And going further, when policy is shaped along with purpose, the impact is multiplied. And so I was so pleased to see that this vision, which has youth at its core, women as economic leaders, and sustainability as a non-negotiable foundation, well, that's a powerful embodiment of that purpose and that belief. So I want to compliment you, Chief Minister, and to your entire team for following this very inspiring process. And at Mahindra, frankly, we are very proud to observe this journey, not just to observe it, but actually to be participants in it. One example alone, our women-led battery manufacturing facility in Hyderabad is not just a factory. It is our very own statement of belief in the future that is being built right here. And on a personal note, I'm honored to serve as the chairman of the Young India Skills University, as was mentioned earlier. Now, I have to confess, when the Chief Minister first asked me, I was very hesitant, as you will recall. And I'll be honest, at this stage in my life, I'm very, very protective of my personal time. And I had planned really to focus all my energies on Mahindra University, which is right here in Hyderabad, and on other educational initiatives that I had already committed myself to. So I was preparing myself to very politely decline this invitation to the Chief Minister. And to be honest, after spending 4 decades in business, I consider myself a reasonably tough negotiator. But I met my match. The Chief Minister listened, he smiled, and then he presented a case which made it impossible for my conscience to walk away. You clearly are someone who doesn't take no for an answer. The Chief Minister, to be honest, saw that the Young India Skills University was not just about Telangana, but about India's future. That clarity of purpose turned the request into an offer that, frankly, I could not refuse. And since accepting this role, my conviction in this role has only deepened. And let me explain why. We are living through a digital tsunami. Artificial intelligence dominates global conversations, and it's often accompanied by fear of what AI and the future will bring. But I want to take a contrarian view. I believe that the more digital the world becomes, the more valuable the human touch will be. As AI inevitably absorbs the repetitive and the routine, value shifts to what machines cannot replace: the skill of the hand, the intuition of the craftsperson, the empathy of the caregiver, and the problem-solving grit of the technician. And just look around at many developed countries today and developed economies. Their challenge is not a lack of capital or technology. It is really the hollowing out of skilled real-world talent. They have a surplus of managers, but they have a shortage of makers. Nations are built not only on the cloud, but firmly on the ground. And happily, Telangana is choosing a different path. Through this Young India Skills University, we are asserting that blue collar is the new gold collar. We are preparing a workforce that is not threatened by AI, but which is going to be indispensable despite AI. And to help shape such a generation, one that can serve India and a world hungry for skill, well, that's a privilege that I rank amongst my highest. So thank you, Chief Minister, for making me part of that mission. And to the people of Telangana, I must tell you, the Mahendra Group is not going to be a bystander. We will stand with you as you turn this distilled ambition of your people into prosperity. Thank you, and dhanyavadamulu.
Thank you, sir. Your services to the people of Telangana, as you have rightly observed initially, you were reluctant, but nevertheless, we have seen the Young India Skills University taking roots, shape, and it's blooming, and I'm sure that thousands of children will be benefited from the skills which they learn there. Now, there is a message by Sri Raghuram Rajan, former Governor of Reserve Bank of India, who is also part of the State's Advisory Council. Can you kindly play the message, please?
Rajan. Namaskar. My name is Raghuram Rajan, and I'm on the Advisory Council for the Telangana Rising Vision Plan 2047.
There's a problem with the video. Can you please check? Yeah.
Namaskar. My name is Raghuram Rajan, and I'm on the Advisory Council for the Telangana Rising Vision Plan 2047. It is indeed an ambitious plan, as it should be, and it touches every facet of the state and its citizens. It aims to be citizen-centric and comprehensive, touching those in core urban areas like Hyderabad, but also those in peri-urban areas as well as in rural areas. The focus on citizen capabilities like health, education, and skilling is particularly important, for once people have the capabilities, their energy is unleashed, and once unleashed, it is unstoppable. The fundamental economic requirement in India today is jobs, and the plan has a comprehensive vision of where they will come from and how to prepare people for them. A large urbanizing India will prepare all the jobs that we need. We just need to recognize they will not be in the places other countries have found them, and the vision document understands this. The vision document's emphasis on new technologies that will help make governance more transparent and inclusive, as well as more effective, is very important. For the scale of the plan's ambition requires scarce government personnel and resources to be deployed judiciously and its effects multiplied, and technology will help do this. Similarly, it will require citizens to know what is happening and to be able to react if course correction is needed, once again, a key effect of technology. So the challenges now are three: implementation, feedback, and course correction. Telangana knows where it's going based on a plan drawn up by consulting its citizens. I look forward to the journey. Jai Telangana, Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, I'd request Dr. Duvuri Subbarao Garu, former Governor, Reserve Bank of India, to kindly address the gathering.
Chief Minister Sri Revanth Reddy, Deputy Chief Minister Bhattivekumar Garu, all the dignitaries on the stage, and all my friends. I'm delighted to be here, part of the Telangana Rising celebrations in this future Bharat city. It's an occasion to set goals for the next 2 decades and position Telangana as the #1 state in the country, a very lofty ideal. I'm privileged to have served in the combined state of Andhra Pradesh much before all these people rose to political stardom. I have very fond memories. I worked in parts of Telangana. I was Collector Khammam when our Deputy Chief Minister must have been in school, and then I was Finance Secretary of the combined state. Although the state is administratively and politically divided, I feel emotionally at home in both Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. And Hyderabad is my home now, Telangana is my state now, but I belong to the entire combined Andhra Pradesh. Over the last 10 years, Telangana has clocked remarkable progress. A state once known for feudalism, poverty, backwardness, ignorance, is today possibly the #1 state, clocking possibly the highest growth rate in the country over the last 10 years. Hyderabad, this charming, beautiful city, is a jewel. You know, all around the country, and many of these people have traveled around the world, around the country. I'm very proud of this city. If there's one Indian city that is representative of all of India, it is Hyderabad. Cosmopolitan in outlook, blend of tradition and the best of traditions and values and modernity, safe for everyone, the best example of unity in diversity. You know, at one time when I was in the government, sir, in the late 90s, early 20s, we used to look for the overflow from Bangalore. So Bangalore is the icon of India, and Bangalore is saturated, so the overflow will come to Hyderabad. Today, Hyderabad is iconic. It's Hyderabad that people look up to as the first choice. So I'm very proud of what the government of Telangana has attempted. Congratulations to you, sir, and to your entire government. This document, I've not seen it, it's going to be released later in this event, is prepared by the government, working closely with the ISP, with Niti Aayog, I believe with wide-ranging consultations with the stakeholders. And I've not seen the document, but I'm privileged to be part of the advisory committee, and I look forward to studying the document and working with the government on implementing it over the next couple of years. But what I gather, what I heard the Chief Minister say yesterday, is that Viksit Telangana wants to be the #1 state in the country with $1 trillion GSDP by 2034 and $3 trillion by 2047, the centenary of the independence. Today, the GSDP of Telangana is about 16.7 trillion rupees, which roughly translates to $250 billion. We are at $250 billion today. We've got to get to 3 trillion in 22 years, which means multiply the GSDP by 15 times. And if you do simple arithmetic, it means that the state has to grow by about 8 to 9%, perhaps even faster. One trade of lead, that's a tough goal, a challenging goal, difficult, but not impossible. One trait of leadership is actually to set impossible goals, near impossible goals. So I want to congratulate the government for setting that goal. Yesterday, the Chief Minister mentioned that Telangana wants to replicate the Gyeongdong success. Gyeongdong is the best practice in accelerated growth rate. Not perfect, but probably the best practice. I'm sure Telangana will do even better. It's presumptuous on my part to lay out the agenda, because the agenda for getting 2047 Telangana is large, complex, and that's going to be in the document. It'll be presumptuous for me to second guess that at the moment. But I want to make a few points at this stage. The first is the state must build on its core competence. Hyderabad is already known for its IT, its pharma, its biotechnology, services. Where I live in KPHB, there is GCCs coming up every day. So I see them, I experience them. But Telangana must expand into manufacturing, agribusiness, and into a variety of sectors to create jobs. The second is infrastructure. Physical infrastructure, digital infrastructure, and social infrastructure. Before we met, you came on the stage, we were talking to the IT Minister, Sridhar Babu Garu, and he was telling us about how Telangana government has aspirations of making Hyderabad the innovation center, AI innovation center for the country. The country looks up to Hyderabad. So that's the second thing you must be focusing on. The third, ease of doing business. You know, we all talk about it, we all know about it. And I'm sure the Chief Minister and his team are experienced. But when we were in the government 20 years ago, when we went around like these people are going around these days, canvassing for investment, you know what entrepreneurs like Sri Anand Mahindra tell chief ministers and ministers? If you want to give us tax concessions, it's okay. If you want to give us utilities at low cost, that's okay. But what we want more than all this is law and order, rule of law, and no interference from your people. So ease of doing business is something that you must be concentrating on. Chief Minister, you said yesterday that you're not competing with the rest of the country, you're competing with globally. You know, actually, I think as the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka said yesterday, competing within the country is actually good. Healthy competition among states is good, and you're competing globally, setting yourself an aspiration. Primary education and primary health, I'm sure it's part of the agenda. Politicians don't normally, pardon me for saying this, I'm being a bit blunt, but politicians don't normally concentrate on education and health. The reason is, I'm not blaming anyone, but the reason is democratic compulsions force politicians to have a short-term horizon. Do things that will yield results in the short term. No, they tend to relegate long-term things, because they're things that will generate results much later, because they're not political priority. But they're very, very important, as you must have noticed. You know, Karl Johan Juncker, who was the former Chancellor of the EU, he said, we all know what is the right thing to do. He was a politician. No? He said, we know what's the right thing to do. We don't know how to get re-elected after that. I'm sure that Chief Minister Revanth Reddy and his team are going to find a new model and prove Karl Juncker wrong, that it is possible to do things and get re-elected. Okay? And then I saw in the papers, in the media, pure, rare, inclusive growth. I cannot emphasize this enough. You know, accelerating growth is important. Growth is necessary, but not sufficient. 8%, 9% growth, if it's just a number, if the benefits of growth are not widely shared, that growth cannot be sustained. So you must have inclusive growth, which means that the benefits of growth must go to the poorest person in Telangana, to the most farthest point in Telangana. I'm sure the vision document is going to concentrate on that. And skills, of course, it will be presumptuous on my part to talk about skills when Mr. Anand Mahindra is here, but skilling is very important. Skilling is a difficult thing to do because it will not be done by the private sector. The government will not do it, is incapable of doing it. So you need public-private partnership, which we're seeing on the stage. Mr. Mahendra sitting next to the Chief Minister, that's exactly the partnership we require for skilling. And, I want to tell a story. When I was appointed governor in 2008, 17 years ago, I was Finance Secretary to Government of India at that time. I went to call on the Prime Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh, just to thank him for choosing me to go to RBI. One-on-one meeting, I went across to his office, there were just two of us. And I told him, sir, thank you for appointing me as governor. We talked about the macroeconomic issues at that time. We talked about RBI, we talked about the government. We talked about the comparison between living in Mumbai and living in Delhi. And after about 10 minutes into this conversation, I asked Dr. Manmohan Singh, sir, do you have any advice to give me? A very humble person. He said, what advice do I give you, Subbaro? You've been in the IAS, you've seen the country, you've worked in the districts, you've seen the state government, you've seen the central government, what advice do I give you? And after another couple of minutes, I took leave of him, and I was walking away, and gracious man as he was, he walked around from his table and escorted me to the door. And at the doorstop, he put his hand on my shoulder. Subba, I thought I'll give you one advice. That one advice I want to give you is that no matter what you're doing, remember that whatever you're doing, there's people behind you. The RBI is a great institution. But in the RBI, there's a risk that you'll get lost in numbers, in interest rate, money supply, inflation, exchange rate, but you will forget that there are real people behind that. Now, I was in the process of shifting from Delhi to Mumbai. About 30 seconds after I left the PM's office, that advice went out of my head. But as I started working in the RBI, that the purport of the Prime Minister's advice struck me. Because the primary responsibility of the Reserve Bank is to maintain price stability, low and steady inflation. Inflation is a regressive tax. Growing up in a low middle class family, I saw my parents struggle to put all of us through, and all of you saw this. So what the Prime Minister was telling me really is that whatever you're doing, remember the last people, because inflation hurts poor people more than it hurts well-off people. This shirt, if it cost 2,000 rupees last month, and if I go to buy this today, it costs 2,200 rupees, I wouldn't even notice it. But poor people, if the bus ticket goes up from 22 to 24 rupees, if the price of rice goes from 40 to 44 rupees, they notice that. So one thing as we implement the Telangana Rising document is to remember the people of Telangana. The last thing, I've spoken for longer than my time, but Chief Minister, sir, you said yesterday and you said today that Telangana is unstoppable. I also want to say that Telangana is unbeatable, okay? And John F. Kennedy said that, he gave a goal, moonshot goal, that we must get onto the moon, not because it is easy, but because it's difficult. So the Telangana Rising document, implementing that is not because it's easy, but it's going to be difficult. And 10 years from now, somewhere in the world, 10 years from now, sir, somewhere in the world, just like you said yesterday, Gyeongdong model, 10 years from now, somewhere in the world, somebody will say, we want to follow the Telangana model. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. As a person who have walked at least part of my path in your footsteps, I am also an IIT Kanpur alumni like you, and then joined the civil services, and I've been finance secretary, blessed to be finance secretary, sir. It was music to my ears, what you are told, sir. Now, I would request Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Sri Mallu Bhatti Vikramarka Garu, to kindly address the gathering.
Sri Revanth Reddy Garu, Honorable Chief Minister of Telangana, Sri Suman Berry Garu, Vice Chairperson Niti Aayog, and all the Honorable Cabinet Ministers, legislators, chairmen, and advisors of the government, and Sri Ananda Mahendra Garu, Sri Duvuri Subbarao Garu, Dr. Raghuram Rajan Garu, and Sri K. Ramakrishna Rao Garu, Chief Secretary, Professor Karthik Muralidharan Garu, and Sri Chiranjeevi Garu, Megastar, Shantan Narayan Garu, Chairman CEO Adobe, and all the participants of today's evening Telangana Rising 2047 Vision Document Release Function. Andarki Namaskaram. After a day and a half of the summit, I hope you saw the natural hospitality that Telangana is known for it. Hospitality is indeed our philosophy. Before I go further, I want to express heartfelt gratitude for the truly participative spirit in which the Telangana Rising 2047 vision was crafted. This was not the work of a few minds behind closed doors. It was a collective effort shaped by the wisdom and aspirations of a vast and diverse set of contributors. Honorable ministers brought clarity of purpose, civil servants brought insight from the ground, thought leaders and academics lent intellectual depth, and most importantly, lakhs of citizens across Telangana and the country, farmers, youth, entrepreneurs, and everyday workers shared their hopes and ideas for our future. I also want to place on record my gratitude to Dr. Suman Berry here as the VC of Niti Aayog, who ensured that this document was brought to final conclusion, along with the CEO, other officials from Niti Aayog, as well as the team from ISB. Thank you, Dean Madan Pillutla and your team that has worked tirelessly to refine the detailed vision laid out in this document. I also wanted to assure Subbarao Garu the one or two words, two lines what he has expressed by saying the growth has to be there, but it has to be inclusive growth. Of course, sir, this government's vision is, that's the main crux of our vision. Yes, definitely you will be seeing that in the document once after our Honorable Chief Minister releasing the document after after a few minutes. To all of you, thank you. This document belongs to all of us. I want to make one more important acknowledgement before I go further. At global summits, leaders are often accompanied by a Sherpa, not a literal guide, but a steady aspiration that helps navigate ambition and complexity. If this summit had a Sherpa, it was the spirit of resolve born from a historic decision, the one that gave Telangana its rightful identity. Today, on the birthday of Srimati Sonia Gandhi ji, I take a moment, with your permission, since I know this is non-political forum, but to acknowledge the quiet power of that choice. Her courage did not just shape our past, it continues to guide the aspirations we are crafting today. Now into the event itself, I have been thinking about the word summit. I realize there are actually two kinds of summits. The first kind is exactly what it sounds like. It's a meeting where you take the contributions, you add the speeches, and you calculate the total. It is simple arithmetic. It is a kind where you can quite literally sum it. But then there is a second kind, the kind we experience today. There is a summit where you cannot sum it. Because what was created in all these halls is a greater than the sum of its parts, where every panel did not just add ideas, it multiplied possibilities, where the synergy is so genuine and unscripted that it defies simple math. This event was the second kind. We cannot just sum it up because the impact is infinite. Why? Because the thirst was real. Telangana has long had ambition, but what is lacked was a single, structured, forward-looking framework. And that matched the scale of our aspirations. This time, we did not just build a document, we built a platform. And across sessions, from capital pathways to agri-value chains, frontier tech forest economies, I saw people not just speaking, but committing. As someone who chaired 2 sessions on productivity and power, let me offer a brief reflection. In the power session, I saw a state eager to move from being an energy consumer to an energy creator, with green hydrogen, distributed renewables, and smart grids lighting the path. In the productivity discussion, I saw consensus that India's next leap will not come from more effort alone, but from smarter systems, digital public infrastructure, empowered workers, and output-linked innovation. We came to a memorable conclusion: capital plus innovation is equal to productivity. These are not abstract themes. They are Telangana's real advantage. And none of this came from a single department or one expert panel. The vision document itself is a product of collective design. Months of field visits, public consultations, and inputs from those on the ground, that includes experts seated on the dais and others present in this ground. Which is why I say again, this is not a static document, it will evolve, and we are committed to letting it evolve with new data, new partnerships, and new wisdom. We don't fear feedback, we welcome it. One more thought I must leave with you. For every young person in Telangana who attended these sessions, I hope you take your chance to build something so valuable that future generations walk on your path quite literally. Let me end by saying to our guests, thank you for your solidarity and your confidence. To my colleagues in government, thank you for showing what coordination can truly look like. And to every participant, a speaker, an organizer, thank you for ensuring that we who organize this summit telling into more than the sum of its parts in the document. And also, I just wanted to make it very clear. Our Chief Minister, Sri Revanth Reddy garu, and the entire cabinet is having only one goal, how to achieve the target what we kept, the 2047 $3 trillion economy, for which tirelessly the entire cabinet under the leadership of Sri Revanth Reddy garu is willing to work. And when we announced that, people thought it is impossible. But we wanted to make it very clear. Impossible things we wanted to make it possible. That is what Telangana. We will do that. Telangana is having all kinds of natural resources, human resources, and talented technical human resources. The only one thing which is required is a simple goal and a commitment and a dream of achieving 2047 $3 economy, which the entire government of us under the leadership of Sri Revanth Reddy garu and the entire cabinet is having that dream. We will definitely achieve it. We will show to the whole world. Thank you very much, and Jai Telangana and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister garu. Now I'd request my colleague Jayesh to kindly introduce two sons of soil who have gone and achieved and are now heading world's famous companies. Jayesh.
Thank you very much, sir. As Chief Secretary pointed out, there are 4 important poster boys of Hyderabad: Mr. Ajay Banga, Mr. Satya Nadella, Mr. Shantanu Narayan, and Mr. Prem Vatsa. And from 1st January 2026, there will be a 5th one, Mr. Shailesh Jejurkar, who will become the President and CEO of Procter & Gamble. So all these poster boys of Hyderabad still have very high regard for the state, for the city, for Honorable Chief Minister personally. And at our request, 2 of them have decided to come live and interact briefly with us, share their thoughts. So can the setup team please put Mr. Shantanu Narayan and Mr. Prem Vatsa. Hey, so hello Prem. Hello Prem. Hello Prem. Hello Shantanu. Can you hear both? Can you hear? Hello Shantanu. Hi Prem. Can you hear me? Is our audio good? Just give us a wave. Great. So thank you very much. Shantanu, I know that it is 4:30 a.m. for you. So thanks for making this effort. I do hope that you will, by what we tell you about our state, this will give you lots of energy. You will be able to manage your rest of the day. Thank you, Prem, for joining us. So Prem, we will start with you. You have seen the vision document, the executive summary of it. You today lead one of the biggest private investment firms, Fairfax. How optimistic are you about a state succeeding in all these promises, and what should companies like you do to support our vision further? Prem, a few words from you.
Hey, thank you very much. Thank you for that introduction. And Honorable Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister, and my friends at that conference, good evening. I am very honored to join you with my good friend Shantanu, who's the CEO of Adobe and has an outstanding track record at Adobe. You introduced us from the Hyderabad Public School. We have Shantanu, we have Satya Nadella, and Ajay Banga, who I know. And Shantanu, you probably know a lot more people from the Hyderabad Public School. We're very honored to join you. And I grew up in Hyderabad, and in the Hyderabad Public School. My dad was the principal of the Hyderabad Public School, and I spent 3 years there, and they were the best years of my life. And because of that, I got an introduction to IIT Madras, Chennai, and I went there, and that was a terrific experience to me. I came to Canada in 1972 and learned a lot about business. I didn't know anything about business, learned a lot about business and investing. And 40 years ago, we began Fairfax Financial, 40 years ago. I recognize the sea change that took place when Mr. Modi got elected in 2014 with a business-friendly philosophy. We recognize that, and I've been investing in India for the last 35 years. I have said publicly that India is the greatest place, best country in the world to invest in, best country to invest in for the long term, for the decades to come. And we've invested 10 billion in India, and we plan to double that. And I hope, Chief Minister, we were able to invest in Telangana, the state that I came from. And so it's really inspiring to hear about Telangana rising, 3 trillion economy, 10% of GDP in 2047, very, very inspirational. You wanted to have an investment magnet. You want to attract foreign investment, empower the people, empower the youth, the women, the farmers. Very, very inspirational. I have witnessed in North America, like Shantanu and the others, the power of free enterprise, of business and capitalism. I'm a function of that. Shantanu is a beneficiary of that. There's no limit to economic growth, as many of you have said, in Telangana, if you follow those principles. Very simply, I was in Dubai for our 40th business anniversary of Fairfax Financial. And what a magnificent job they've done in the last 25 years, and I'm sure Telangana will do even better. But the principle that they've had is what is good for the merchant is good for Dubai. What is good for the merchant, what is good for business, is good for Telangana. And that's what you're doing. So the next 22 years, 2047, I pray that Telangana, under your leadership, Honorable Chief Minister, will do exceptionally well, and we will be an inspiration to everyone in India and also the world. So God bless you and the people of Telangana. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prem. That was very, very optimistic. Look forward to seeing you sometimes in Hyderabad. Over to you now, Shantanu. You also have a long, long association with Hyderabad. Incidentally, your parents still live here. So please share your thoughts. You are also a member of our advisory council constituted to help us draft the vision document and then in its implementation. So please tell us about your thoughts on this whole exercise of how we have created the vision and how do you see us succeeding it perfectly in this.
Thank you, Jayesh, and namaskaram. Let me first start off by thanking the Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Revanth Reddy Garu, as well as the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Shripati Vikram Mallu Garu, for this opportunity to take part in this historic occasion for the launch of the visionary document Telangana Rising 2047. I think the vision aligns very seamlessly with Prime Minister Modi's ambitious goal of Viksit Bharat by 2047, which is a future where India emerges as a global leader in innovation, sustainability, and development. As India's youngest state, Telangana has already proved itself as a trailblazer in governance, in technology, and as numerous folks have mentioned, inclusive growth. I love this aspiration to become a 3 trillion economy by 2047 and contributing 10% to India's GDP. It's not just a bold vision, but I think it's a very achievable vision. And I think the vision will be powered by the people of Telangana, whose aspirations for better education, healthcare, clean environments, and opportunities have shaped this roadmap. I also think that this emphasis on empowering youth, women, and farmers is a testament to the state's commitment to inclusive development. As chair of Adobe, I'm proud to represent a company that shares this commitment to innovation and empowerment. We are trying to change the world through digital experiences at Adobe, and over a third of Adobe's global research and development is happening in India. So we know that Indians today are creating the innovation that is going to democratize creativity and individuals to thrive in this digital economy. I'm particularly proud of the visions document that's focusing on foundational enablers, tech and innovation, efficient financing, good governance. For example, I think Telangana's efforts to harness the transformative power of technology and establish the Telangana Artificial Intelligence Innovation Hub is a bold step towards positioning the state among the top AI globes globally. And I think that'll attract, as my friend Prem said, not just global investments, but will create high-quality jobs and foster entrepreneurship. To me, though, I'm particularly moved by the vision's document emphasis on empowering youth through education and future-ready skills. And I'm committed to partnering with Telangana to provide artificial intelligence and digital literacy programs that will equip the youth with the tools that they need to excel in all these new emerging sectors like AI, cybersecurity, as well as advanced manufacturing. And I think together we can ensure that the next generation is prepared to lead in this rapidly evolving global economy. I want to acknowledge the remarkable progress that's already been made under the leadership of Chief Minister Reddy over the past 2 years. I think initiatives like free bus rides for women, the LPG refill subsidiaries, the loan waivers for farmers, they're not just policies, but these are lifelines that will empower communities and drive equitable growth. And now for something personal, much like Prem said, as someone who still considers himself a Hyderabadi, who grew up in Hyderabad, and is a product of Hyderabad Public School, where Prem's father was the principal as well as Usmania, I have witnessed firsthand the transformation of this city and state. And the career prospects for people from Telangana has come such a long way. The Telangana diaspora in the United States, in fact, is a testament to the talent and potential of this region. And I am personally committed to strengthening the ties between the diaspora and the government of Telangana. In closing, I want to both compliment, applaud the Chief Minister's push to create this vision for Telangana and become a global leader in innovation, sustainability, and development. And I'm convinced that together we can create a future where technology uplifts individuals, businesses, and society as a whole. So thank you for inviting me. Jai Telangana. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Shantanu. Thank you, Prem. And thanks for sharing your thoughts. Bye for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I would request Professor Karthik Muralidharan the Tata Chancellor, Professor of Economics at the University of California, to kindly address us. Professor Muralidharan has been working with several states in India through his center called Center for Effective Governance of Indian States. This is a very unique and innovative partnership which we are having with this center, of which he is the scientific director. A number of reform programs in India were initiated by this center. Many of them owe their genesis to Telangana because we have been working with them the longest. So now, Professor Muralidharan, please.
Gaurava Sabhaku, Namaskaramu. I am Honorable Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister, dignitaries on the dais. I'm really delighted and honored to be here today. I'm a Tamilian by birth. I grew up in Gujarat, but Telangana and Andhra Pradesh have been my karma bhumi for the last 20 years. I'm especially honored to see that the Chief Secretary, Sri Ramakrishna Rao Garu, he was Commissioner School Education in 2004 when I first came to the state. And that is where my journey of work in the state. There is no state in India I know better than Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, whether it's working in education, in welfare over the years. So that is the first connection to Telangana. Second, when this book came out, Honorable Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister were the first Chief Ministers I got to present the book to, and that was a wonderful, wonderful experience. We had a wonderful 2-hour discussion on a whole range of governance issues. And last, like Ramakrishna Rao Garu mentioned, the non-profit I founded, the Center for Effective Governance of Indian States. Our first state partnership was in Telangana. So in every way, Telangana has been the core of where a lot of my work has evolved. So I want to just make 2 remarks. The first is I want to highlight the centrality of state-led actions for national development. Almost every aspect of governance that touches the lives of citizens are actually controlled by state governments. Education, health, land, labor, safety, environment. So Government of India can provide guidelines and money, but the actual delivery is all with state governments. So if you look at the variation in outcomes across Indian states, that tells you how much state level leadership matters. Okay, so it is just wonderful to see this energy and this drive to think about a vision for Telangana and therefore set a vision for India itself. And I was particularly pleased to see that the benchmarks are global, because it is not enough to compete just with other states, but by setting global benchmarks, you are both elevating Telangana and elevating all of India. So there are already, like Ramakrishna Rao Garu mentioned, so many examples of initiatives in Telangana that have now been replicated across the country. I just want to mention one, which I played a small part in. And this is what is called the annual KPI survey, where Telangana has become the first state to have annual district level outcomes on every human development indicator, on education, on nutrition, so that we know that we are making progress towards the goals and not just setting goals and not knowing are we making progress. So that data is foundational, and this is now something that is being replicated across many states. So the second thing I want to say is that it is wonderful to set great goals, but getting there requires building more effective public systems. So like we say, you know, a famous politician said, you campaign in poetry, but govern in prose. You aim for the stars, but you walk on the ground. So which means to get there, we need to build better public systems every single day. And one quote I want to highlight, which is there in the last page of my book, which is the best-selling book Atomic Habits by James Clear. It says, whether both successes and failures set grand goals. The difference between success and failure is the systems you build to get to the goals. So he says you don't rise to the level of your goals, you fall to the level of your systems, which means that the goal-setting exercise is wonderful, but it has to be accompanied by the plodding hard work of building better public systems. And that basically means really revamping many aspects of our governance systems, which frankly haven't changed since the 1950s. So in many ways, unless you really improve governance in every single way, you will not be able to deliver those goals. So that means data and data systems and data-driven governance. It means paying attention to public sector human resource management. So the people in the government, whether the recruiting, the training, the skilling, the performance measurement and management, these are going to be the core elements of delivering on this vision. And finally, public finances, right? The scarcest thing the government has is money. Debt is a serious problem. So having certain principles of saying that money will be spent on the basis of both equity and efficiency. So how do you spend your scarce public money well is going to be the most important determinant of whether you are able to deliver this vision and catalyze industry, catalyze academia, catalyze society. So these are all areas that me and my team at CGIS are committed to supporting the state of Telangana on, and we are just grateful to have the opportunity to be part of this journey. So Jai Telangana, Jai Hind.
Thank you, Professor. The book is looks like a big tome, but then it's a very easy read because a lot of examples from the states are also there. So I request that, all of you are interested, you can kindly go through it. Now I'd request Professor Arvind Subramaniam, former Chief Economic Advisor to Government of India, to kindly address us. Arvind Subramaniam ji, as needs no introduction, is one of the most distinguished economists of the world, with a deep understanding of various issues and policies of China, not only a theoretical understanding, academic understanding, but also he was in the engine room because he was the chief economic advisor when the GST reforms were introduced in the country. And after that also he has been working with a number of states within the country. Now I request Professor Subramaniam to kindly address us.
Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, dignitaries on the dais, and participants in this amazing event, the Telangana Rising Summit. I'm delighted and honored to be here in this amazing venue, which is going to be the Bharat Future City. I can't wait to see, I hope I'll be alive to see that vision. It promises to be spectacular. I'm also honored to be part of the CM's Council and hope to help assist in the transformation of the Telangana economy. As Karthik said, it's clear that India's future resides more and more in the states because it's the states that control the levers that are going to determine the fate of India's 1.4 billion citizens. So I've just written a book with Devesh Kapoor, and I want to highlight one striking statistic that we found in that book. We all say, why can't India be as dynamic and grow as rapidly as China? But it turns out that 1/3 of India has grown as fast as China and for as long. Just think about that. So we don't have to look elsewhere. We just have to look within. And one of those states happens to be Telangana. If that is the case, the numbers that Dr. Subbarao put out about what the GDP aspiration you have going forward, it doesn't seem that difficult because it seems like you already accomplished that in the last three decades. So it's just a matter of, replicating that over time. Now, Telangana, of course, is on not just the Indian map, but the global map as the cradle of, India's IT revolution. But that's the past. I think when you look at the Telangana Vision document, under the leadership of the Honorable Chief Minister, it is embarking on the next structural transformation. How do you go from this very dynamic IT-based economy to something that both harnesses the power of the new technologies without neglecting the daily lives of all the citizens in the state? So it's this combination of technology, which is people-centered, human-centered, improving human livelihoods. I think that's at the core of this vision document, which I would commend to everyone going forward. I have, I think, said very often that the most important dynamic in India that's going to propel India going forward is competitive federalism, competition between the states, and especially if every state is competing, as the Honorable Chief Minister has said, not just with other Indian states, but internationally as well. This competition dynamic is going to be very, very important. So Telangana is going to be not just a magnet that attracts investment, it's also going to be a model for everyone else, other states, to kind of emulate. So competitive federalism with Telangana in the lead is one desirable dynamic. But I think the other dynamic that is going to be very important in India is not just competitive federalism, but competitive sub-federalism. That not just states competing with each other, but cities competing with each other. And in this regard, I think Hyderabad is turning out to be another model and a magnet. For example, NCR, with all its air quality problems, is forcing exit to other parts of the world. Bengaluru, the IT capital, with its congestion and urban challenges, is again forcing investors to look away, and that's the sense in which Hyderabad can be a magnet and a model going forward. So Telangana and Hyderabad can be the cradles of competitive federalism and competitive sub-federalism. Having said all this, I also want to be a little bit more realistic and offer some gentle advice. I think investor summits are like elections in a democracy. Heady, wonderful, everyone engaged, etc., etc. But we know in a country like India and in democracies like India, all the accountability, the hard work, and the implementation is done between elections, is done between investor summits. So while it's very impressive that you have 5 lakh crores in commitments already, the proof of the pudding is going to be 5 years from now, how much of those 5 lakh crores actually translated into real investment. So that's the metric by which we must judge Telangana's performance going forward. And in this regard, some of Dr. Subbarao's comments about, the ease of doing business, rule of law, creating a level playing field for all investors, not just some investors, big investors, is going to be very, very important. Now, I want to just make one last point in this. It's actually a series of points. When I used to be chief economic advisor, I used to have this ongoing debate with my boss, the late wonderful Arun Jaitley. He used to tell me, Arvind, politics is the art of the possible. And I would say, no, Minister, politics is the art of expanding the possibilities of the possible. That's what I think good politics is. Now, let me strike a slightly sobering note. If you look around in the last 5 years, there is a disenchantment with Indian politics, or at least some parts of it, in the following sense. That is that you see more and more this rabidi culture that's crept in, and cash transfers, etc., have taken powerful hold on the political imagination. Now, I'm not against cash transfers. I'm not against welfareism. I think they're all very important. But I think there is a sense in which this disenchantment has happened because citizens want cash transfers, in part because they feel they're not going to get much else from the state. So they said, let's get the cash transfers now because we don't know what governments will deliver later on. But there's a flip side to that. Governments themselves do more and more welfareism, almost because they have accepted that they will not be able to deliver all the other things that matter more. So we are in this slightly unholy alliance between citizens and the state, where it's all about cash transfers, to the neglect possibly of the other things that matter and that are contained in the vision statement that you have outlined. So I think what India needs is, as someone rightly said, and what is exciting about this summit and your leadership is the new Telangana model. What is the new Telangana model? I think it's very important to remember that the Telangana model has to have as its core, which it does, the retaining of the idea of India as a pluralist, inclusive, non-majoritarian, non-exclusionary place. That idea of India cannot be abandoned, cannot be abdicated. That is the foundation, or should be the foundation, of the Telangana model. But then over and above that, what has to happen is the kind of political imagination that's been displayed in the Telangana Vision document, and converting that political imagination into a new reality is what has to be the Telangana model. And really, we've just written a book. In some ways, what we lament in the book is that the Indian political imagination has become stunted and stale. And what is really exciting about this, Honorable Minister, to be honest with you, and what makes me excited about working with Telangana, is this new political imagination which retains the idea of India, pluralist, non-majoritarian, inclusive, everyone, plus this new imagination where you combine technology and harness it for the good of the people. So good economics should be good politics. Good social policy should be good politics. And that hopefully will be the new Telangana model.
Thank you, sir. As usual, Arvind sir, Professor Arvind sir has always brings us, while acknowledging the dynamism, the vision of our Honorable CMs, is also put some caution marks along the road. Now, I would request the video message by Mr. Tony Blair, the former Prime Minister of UK, to be played, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, Honored Chief Minister, distinguished leaders, and to the people of Telangana, it's a real privilege to join you today as you celebrate 10 remarkable years since the formation of Telangana, a decade that has transformed not only this state, but the story of modern India itself. In 2014, Telangana began a journey filled with high expectations and even higher aspirations. Today, reflecting on the transformation underway in Hyderabad and throughout the state, the story is not only one of progress, but one of enormous promise for the future. The record speaks for itself. As highlighted in your own growth analysis, the state's GSDP has nearly tripled in a decade. Your per capita income has become one of the highest in the whole of the country. But beyond the statistics lies something far more profound. A region once seen as struggling has reimagined itself as a powerhouse of technology, agriculture, and inclusive growth. You have become, in many ways, a model for other parts of the world. As Telangana marks this milestone year, it does so at a moment when India as a whole is shaping its future, working to build a fully developed and globally leading India by the time the nation marks its centenary of independence in 2047. In many respects, Telangana's own journey of the past decade exemplifies the spirit and momentum of India as a whole, a people with a commitment to prosperity, human development, and also the power of innovation. Your vision, Rising Telangana 2047, aligns powerfully with India's national mission, a vision to become a $1 trillion economy by 2034 and a $3 trillion economy by 2047, a vision to expand education, strengthen health systems, modernize infrastructure, and to unlock opportunity for every citizen. In the years I spent as Prime Minister and beyond, I've always believed that leadership is not only about solving today's problems, it's about preparing your nation for tomorrow's possibilities. And what Telangana is doing today is precisely that, building the foundations of long-term, inclusive, technology-driven growth. In this journey, it's been a privilege for my institute to support governments around the world undergoing similar transformations, from digital governance to economic reform, and from public service delivery to investment acceleration. We have worked with leaders across Africa, Europe, the Middle East, and Asia, helping them craft strategies for rapid and sustainable development. And our mission as an institute has always been clear: to partner with those governments that are determined to deliver for their people, to modernize their institutions, and to turn aspiration into achievement. And Telangana's story, this story of resilience, reform, and rising ambition, is exactly the kind of story we champion globally. During my
when the Asian Development Bank had its annual meeting in
of immense strength. As you bring your summit to a close, let me end my remarks in the hope that I may visit you in person very soon, and by offering all the people of Telangana my warmest good wishes for continued progress and a future shaped by the confidence and ambition that define this remarkable state. Thank you.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్. ఇప్పుడు మెగాస్టార్, ఎవరికీ పరిచయం చేయాల్సిన అవసరం లేనటువంటి శ్రీ చిరంజీవి గారిని సభను ఉద్దేశించి ప్రసంగించవలసిందిగా కోరుతున్నాను.
గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి శ్రీ రేవంత్ రెడ్డి గారికి, గౌరవ ఉప ముఖ్యమంత్రి మిత్రులు, ఆత్మీయులు బట్టి విక్రమార్క గారికి, ఇతర దిగ్గజాలకి, ఆహ్వానితులకు, ప్రతి ఒక్కరికి నా హృదయపూర్వక నమస్కారాలు. తెలుగులో మాట్లాడడం కొంచెం చేంజ్ ఉంది కదా మీ చెవులకి. సో లెట్ మీ హ్యావ్ ది ప్రివిలేజ్ టాకింగ్ అవర్ మదర్ టంగ్. ఇక్కడ మీ అందరికీ అనిపించవచ్చు, ఇక్కడ ఉన్నటువంటి ఆహ్వానితుల్లో చీఫ్ గెస్ట్ ఒక్కొక్కళ్ళు ఒక్కొక్క రంగానికి సంబంధించిన వాళ్ళు, ఫైనాన్స్ రంగానికి సంబంధించిన వాళ్ళు, అలాగే మాజీ గవర్నర్ ఆర్బీఐ సుబ్బారావు గారు, అలాగే ఇతర ఫైనాన్స్ వ్యక్తులు, అలాగే ఆటోమొబైల్ దిగ్గజం మహేందర్ గారు, ఇంతమంది ఉండగా వీళ్ళల్లో చిరంజీవి ఏమిటి సినిమావాడు అనే భావం మీకు ఉండొచ్చు. మీకు కదా, నాకే ఉంది అది. నేను ఎంతో ఇక్కడ ఫిట్ అవుతాను అని నాకే అనిపించచ్చు. కానీ నా మీద ఎంతో గౌరవంతో ఒక సోదరుడుగా మన ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు చిరంజీవి రావాలి అని నిన్న మన భట్టి విక్రమార్క గారిని, అలాగే ఐటీ అండ్ ఇండస్ట్రియల్ మినిస్టర్ శ్రీ శ్రీధర్ గారిని నా దగ్గరికి పంపించారు. సరిగ్గా వాళ్ళు వచ్చే సమయానికి ఇది ఏ పొజిషన్లో ఉన్నాను తెలుసా అండి? ఎవరో అమ్మాయితో డ్యాన్స్ వేస్తూ ఉన్నాను. చాలా ఇబ్బంది అనిపించింది అన్నపూర్ణ స్టూడియోలో. సో ఆ సమయంలో వాళ్ళిద్దరు కూర్చోబెట్టి షూటింగ్ ఆపేయండి అని చెప్పి వారి ఇచ్చిన తర్వాత అంత ఆప్యాయంగా నన్ను ఆహ్వానిస్తుంటే, ఇంత గొప్ప సభకి, ఇలాంటి ఒక గొప్ప గ్లోబల్ సమ్మిట్కి, తెలంగాణ రైజింగ్ అంటూ ఒక గొప్ప ఇనిషియేషన్కి 2047 ఇది ఎట్లా ఉండాలి అనే ఆ ఊహ తన బ్రెయిన్ చైల్డ్ అయినటువంటి మన ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు ఆహ్వానిస్తే అది చాలా ప్రివిలేజ్డ్గా ఫీల్ అయ్యాను, ఎంతో గౌరవంగా ఫీల్ అయ్యాను, ఎంతో ఆనందంగా ఉన్నాను. మీ అందరితో పాటు ఈరోజు ఇక్కడ నేను పార్టిసిపేట్ చేయడం అనేది నాకు దక్కిన గొప్ప అవకాశం, గొప్ప అదృష్టంగా నేను భావిస్తున్నాను. అయితే ఇక్కడ కేవలం చిరంజీవికి మాత్రమే ఇచ్చారు, అందుకే చిరంజీవిని ఆహ్వానించి అక్కడ కూర్చోబెట్టారు అని నేను అనుకోవటం లేదు. ఇది రేవంత్ రెడ్డి గారికి సినిమా పరిశ్రమ మీద ఉన్నటువంటి గౌరవం, సినిమాల ఇంపాక్ట్ ఈ సొసైటీలో ఎలాగ ఉంటుందో బాగా తెలిసిన వ్యక్తిగా వాళ్ళందరి తరపున ఒక వ్యక్తి ఉండాలి కాబట్టి చిరంజీవిని ఆహ్వానించారని మాత్రమే అనుకుంటున్నాను. ఈరోజు నేను ఒక చిరంజీవిగా రాలేదు, చిత్ర పరిశ్రమ తరపున ఒక ఏజెంట్గా వాళ్ళ రిప్రజెంటేటివ్గా నేను ఈ రోజున వచ్చాను, ఇక్కడ ఆహ్వానించబడ్డాను. కాబట్టి దానికి ప్రత్యేకించి పరిశ్రమ తరపున శ్రీ రేవంత్ రెడ్డి గారికి మనస్ఫూర్తిగా నా హృదయపూర్వక ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తున్నాను. సార్, మీకు గుర్తుంటే మీరు ప్రభుత్వం ఏర్పాటు చేసిన కొత్తల్లో మొదటి వారంలోనే ఎప్పుడో నేను మిమ్మల్ని అభినందించడానికి నేను వచ్చినప్పుడు మీరు నాతో అన్న మొట్టమొదటి మాట, ఈ హైదరాబాద్ని ఫిలిం హబ్గా చేయాలి. అదేదో ఒక తెలుగు ఇండస్ట్రీ వరకో లేకపోతే సౌత్ ఇండియన్ ఫిలిం ఇండస్ట్రీ వరకో లేకపోతే భారతీయ వరకో కాదు, గ్లోబల్ మనకి ఏమి తక్కువ అని, ఇక్కడ ఏ వనరులు తక్కువ అని చెప్పేసి, ఏ ఎంకరేజ్మెంట్ తక్కువ అని చెప్పేసి మనం ఎందుకు చేయలేకపోతున్నాం, ఎందుకు కొన్ని తెలుగు ఫిలిమ్స్ ఒక లాంగ్వేజ్కే మనం కన్ఫైన్డ్ అయ్యాం. కాబట్టి నా ఉద్దేశంలో ఇది గ్లోబల్గా అన్ని రకాల ఇండస్ట్రీస్ ఇతర లాంగ్వేజ్ నుంచి సినిమా వాళ్ళు ఇక్కడ రావాలి, ఇక్కడ షూటింగ్ చేసుకోవాలి, అది నా ధ్యేయం అని అన్నప్పుడు చాలా ధైర్యంగా మాట్లాడుతున్నారు. చాలా అది నిజం కుదురుతుందా? ఎక్కడి నుంచో ఇతర దేశాల నుంచి వచ్చి ఇక్కడ షూటింగ్ చేయటం అన్నది. నేను మినిస్టర్గా, నేను టూరిజం మినిస్టర్గా ఉన్నప్పుడు ఫిలిం టూరిజంగా ఇక్కడ ఎంతోమంది ఆహ్వానించడానికి ఎంతో శ్రమ పడ్డాం, ఎంతో కష్టించాం. కానీ ఇక్కడ ఉన్నటువంటి అట్మాస్ఫియర్ కానీ ఎంకరేజ్మెంట్ కానీ ఆయా గవర్నమెంట్లు అంత లేకుండా ఉండటంతో అది అంత పూర్తిగా సఫలీకృతం కాలేకపోయాం. ఆ ఉద్దేశంతో నేను ఎంతో కొంచెం స్కెప్టికల్గానే ఉన్నాను. ఎంతవరకు కుదురుతుంది, ఈయన డ్రీమ్ సక్సెస్ చేయగలరా అని అనుకుంటూ, మీరు ఏమైనా చేయండి, మీ గైడెన్స్ ఇవ్వండి, మీరు ఏం చెప్తే దాన్ని ఫాలో అవడానికి మేమందరం రెడీగా ఉన్నామని ఒక మాట ఇచ్చి మాత్రం అన్నాను. కానీ విత్ ఇన్ నో టైం ఇంత పెద్ద ఎత్తున ఈయన అన్ని రకాల సెక్టార్స్ వాళ్ళని ఇన్వైట్ చేసి గ్లోబల్గా అందరినీ వెల్కమ్ చేసి ఈ రోజున అందులో ఒక పార్ట్గా సినిమాలను కూడా ఆయన వెల్కమ్ చేస్తున్నారంటే కనుక అది హ్యాట్స్ ఆఫ్. అది ఆయన ఒక్కరి వల్లే అయ్యింది. అన్నది అన్నట్టుగా కాకుండా అన్నది సాధ్యం చేసేలాగా ప్రాక్టికల్గా ఈ రోజున మనందరం చూస్తున్నాము. ఇది చాలు, డెఫినెట్గా ఆయన అనుకున్నది సాధిస్తారనే ప్రగాఢమైన నమ్మకం నాకు ఏర్పడింది. ఎందుకంటే ఆయన అన్నది హైదరాబాద్ అనేది సెంట్రల్ లొకేటెడ్ మన కంట్రీలో. ఏ ఇతర ఇంపార్టెంట్ సిటీస్కి వెళ్ళాలని సరే 1 అవర్ డిస్టెన్స్లోనే ఉంది. మేబీ ఢిల్లీ ఇంకొక 1 అవర్ పడుతుందేమో తప్ప. అండ్ ఇక్కడ లేని లొకేషన్స్ ఎక్కడ లేవు, ఎక్కడ లేకుండా పోలేదు. మనకు మంచు కొండలు ఉన్నాయి, థార్ డెజర్ట్స్ ఉన్నాయి, అడవులు ఉన్నాయి, వర్షాలు పడేవి ఉన్నాయి, లాంగెస్ట్ బీచ్లు మనకు ఉన్నాయి. ఏమి తక్కువ, ఏ లొకేషన్స్ తక్కువ, ఏ వనరులు తక్కువ. ఇక్కడ పని చేయడానికి వాళ్ళకి స్కిల్ డెవలప్మెంట్ చేయగలిగితే కనుక పని చేయడానికి ఎంతోమంది ముందుకు వచ్చి సినిమా పరిశ్రమ ద్వారా ఉపయోగపడి వాళ్ళ కుటుంబాలకు వాళ్ళు ఉపయోగించుకుంటారు. ఇది ఆ పొటెన్షియల్ పూర్తిగా ట్యాప్ చేయలేదు అన్న మాట వాస్తవం. వారు అది నేను అంగీకరిస్తూ మా సలహాల కోసంగా ఆయన కొన్ని సెమినార్లు ఫ్యూచర్లో నడిపిస్తామన్నారు. ఇప్పుడు కూడా అలాంటి చిన్న సెమినార్లు మా పెద్దల మధ్య, సినిమా పెద్దల మధ్య జరిగింది. అయితే ఇది కాంప్రహెన్సివ్గా కన్సాలిడేట్గా జరిగేలాగా విత్ ఇన్ షార్ట్ టైం మేము అందరూ కూడా ముందుకు వస్తాము. ఇక్కడ ప్రపంచానికే ఇది అద్భుతమైనటువంటి సినిమా హబ్గా హైదరాబాద్ని చేయటంలో మేమందరం ముందుంటాము. అండ్ ఈ రోజున చూస్తే కనుక బాలీవుడ్ నుంచి సల్మాన్ ఖాన్, అజయ్ దేవ్గన్లు వచ్చి ఇక్కడ మేము స్మార్ట్ డిజిటల్గా కానీ అడ్వాన్స్డ్ ఫ్యూచరిస్టిక్ స్టూడియోస్ మేము పెడతామని అంటాం అన్నది ఇది శుభారంభం. ఇదే ఇన్స్పిరేషన్గా నేను కానీ, నాగార్జున కానీ, వెంకటేష్ కానీ, ఇతర హీరోలు కానీ, ఇతర ప్రొడ్యూసర్స్, నిర్మాతలు ఎంతోమంది ఈరోజు ఇక్కడ ఉన్నారు ఈ సభ్యుకుల్లో. వాళ్ళందరూ కూడా ముందుకు వచ్చి చేయాలన్న ఒక కుతూహలం కానివ్వండి, అది పూర్తిగా ఛార్జ్ అయి ఉన్నారంటే ఎలాంటి అతిశయోక్తి లేదు. అండ్ ఈ రోజున ప్రపంచపరంగా చూస్తే సినిమా ప్రభావం ఎంత ఉంటుంది, ఈ సాఫ్ట్ పవర్ ఎంత ఉంటుందన్నది నేషనల్ వైడ్గా కూడా కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వం కూడా వేవ్స్ అనేది ఒకటి ప్రారంభించి అందులో మమ్మల్ని అందరూ కూడా పార్ట్ చేశారు. అంటే ఎకనామికల్గా అది ఎంత పవర్ ఇస్తుంది, మన కంట్రీ జీడిపికి ఎంత కంట్రిబ్యూట్ చేస్తుందో అనడానికి బాగా వాళ్ళందరికీ తెలిసిన వాళ్ళు కాబట్టి సినిమా మీద అంత దృష్టి పెట్టారు. సినిమాని కేవలం పేరు తీసుకురావడమే కాకుండా ఎంతో కంట్రిబ్యూట్ చేస్తుంది, ఎంతోమందికి ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ జనరేట్ చేస్తుంది, ఎంతోమందికి ఉపాధి కల్పిస్తుంది. అంటే ఉదాహరణకి కొరియా తీసుకుంటే కనుక కొరియాలో బిగినింగ్ ఇనీషియల్గా వాళ్ళందరూ యూత్ అనేవాళ్ళు ఈవినింగ్ అయ్యేసరికి చాలా పక్కదారులు పడుతున్నారు, కొన్ని వ్యసనాలకి లోనవుతున్నారు. ఆ రకంగా యూత్ నిర్వీర్యమైపోతుంది. ఏం చేయాలంటాం వాళ్ళందరూ కలిపి వీళ్ళని ఎంటర్టైన్మెంట్ వైపు కనుక మనం డైవర్ట్ చేయగలిగితే, బీ ఇట్ ఈస్ మ్యూజిక్, బీ ఇట్ ఈస్ సింగింగ్ ఆర్ ఫిలిమ్స్, ఇంకోటి ఇవన్నీ ఎంటర్టైన్మెంట్గా చేయగలిగితే కనుక వాళ్ళు ఆక్యుపై అయి ఉంటారు. తద్వారా వాళ్ళు ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ ఇవ్వగలుగుతుంటారు. వాళ్ళందరూ నిష్ణాతులయ్యి వాళ్ళ ఫ్యామిలీకి వాళ్ళు బాసటగా ఉంటారు. తద్వారా వాళ్ళ నుంచి జనరేట్ అయ్యి ఎంతో కొంత వాళ్ళు క్రైమ్ వైపు వెళ్లకుండా ఉంటారు. ఆ రకంగా క్రైమ్ రేట్ తగ్గించుకోవచ్చు అనే భావంతో కొరియన్ గవర్నమెంట్ స్టార్ట్ చేసింది. కానీ ఈ రోజున ప్రపంచపరంగా కొరియా కే పాప్, కే డ్రామా, కే మ్యూజిక్ అంటూ కొరియన్ వాళ్ళ ఎకానమీ, వాళ్ళ జీడిపికి ఎంతో కొంత కంట్రిబ్యూట్ చేస్తుంది. ఎన్నో బిలియన్స్ ఆఫ్ డాలర్స్ కంట్రిబ్యూట్ చేస్తుంది ఈ యొక్క సాఫ్ట్ పవర్ మ్యూజిక్ అన్నది. అలాగే జపాన్ కూడా యానిమే అని చెప్పేసి వాళ్ళు కూడా వాళ్ళ సాఫ్ట్వేర్, వాళ్ళ ఎంటర్టైన్మెంట్ సంబంధించి ఈ ఎంటర్టైన్మెంట్ యానిమేటెడ్ ఫిలిమ్స్ కూడా ఎంతో కొంత కంట్రిబ్యూట్ చేస్తుంది. అలాగా మీరు ఈ సినిమా ఇండస్ట్రీ మీద, సినిమా పరిశ్రమ మీద ఆల్ ఇండియా లెవెల్లోనూ ఇంటర్నేషనల్ లెవెల్లోనూ ఇక్కడ కనుక వెల్కమ్ చేయగలిగి వాళ్ళకి కావాల్సిన ఇన్ఫ్రాస్ట్రక్చర్ కనుక మీరు ఇక్కడ ప్రొవైడ్ చేయగలిగితే, చేస్తానికి మీరు ప్రిపేర్ అయి ఉన్నారు, చేయగలిగితే కాదు చేస్తున్నారు. దానికి మా నుంచి పార్టిసిపేషన్ కావాలి. ఉదాహరణకి బట్టి గారు నిన్న అన్నారు, సో మనకు ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు మీ అందరికీ కూడాను ఇక్కడ ఏమి కావాలి, ఎలాంటి ఇన్ఫ్రాస్ట్రక్చర్ కావాలి, ఏ రకమైన వసతులు ఏర్పాటు చేయాలి అని చెప్పండి అన్నప్పుడు నాకు వెంటనే స్పాంటేనియస్గా తోచింది, నేను వారితో పార్టిసిపేట్ చేస్తాను. ఇక్కడ స్కిల్ డెవలప్మెంట్ కోసంగా మనకు కొన్ని ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్స్ పెట్టాలి. అది డ్రైవర్ల దగ్గర నుంచి, మేకప్ మెన్ల దగ్గర నుంచి, కాస్ట్యూమర్స్ దగ్గర నుంచి, ఒక ఎడిటింగ్ దగ్గర నుంచి, సౌండ్ సిస్టమ్ దగ్గర నుంచి, కెమెరామెన్లు, డిఓపీలు అండ్ యాక్టింగ్ సంబంధించిన స్కిల్స్ కానివ్వండి, అలాగే డైరెక్షన్ కానివ్వండి, వాట్ నాట్ ఎన్నో ఈ ఇండస్ట్రీలో ఎన్నో శాఖలు ఉన్నాయి. ఆ శాఖల్లో ఎంతోమంది ఎంతూజియాస్టిక్ కుర్రవాళ్ళు ఉన్నారు. వాళ్ళు చదువు ఒక మాదిరి చదివైనా సరే ఆ చదువు ఏం తెచ్చి పెడుతుంది అనుకుంటే కనుక ఈ రోజున గొప్ప గొప్ప డైరెక్టర్స్ ఉన్నారు. ఈ రోజున ఇంటర్నేషనల్ లెవెల్కి మన సినిమాని తీసుకొస్తున్న డైరెక్టర్ వాళ్ళందరూ డిగ్రీ కూడా చదవలేదు. సో చదువు ఇది ఇంపార్టెంట్ కాదు, మీకున్న ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఇంపార్టెంట్. ఆ ఇచ్చేటువంటి గవర్నమెంట్ ఆఫ్ తెలంగాణ ఈ రోజున మనకి ఇస్తున్న ఈ అవకాశాలను సద్వినియోగం పరుచుకుని మీరందరూ కనుక రాగలిగి ముందుకు వచ్చి ఈ యొక్క ఇన్ఫ్రాస్ట్రక్చర్ సంబంధించి వీళ్ళు ఇచ్చిన ఫెసిలిటీస్ని వినియోగించుకుంటూ స్కిల్ డెవలప్మెంట్ ముందు చేసుకోగలిగితే కనుక మీరు ఎక్కడికి వెళ్ళినా సరే, వాళ్ళు ఎంతోమంది వెబ్ సిరీస్ తీస్తున్నారు, అలాగే టీవీ సీరియల్స్ తీస్తున్నారు, సినిమాలు తీస్తున్నారు, పెద్ద సినిమాలు తీస్తున్నారు, చిన్నవి తీస్తున్నారు. అలాగే ఈ రోజున కేవలం స్క్రీన్ మీదే కాకుండా మొబైల్కి సంబంధించినటువంటి సినిమాలు కూడా చాలామంది తీయటానికి రేటు సమాయత్తం అవుతున్నారు. ఇది ఫ్లిప్ అని ఇంటర్నేషనల్గా వస్తుంది. ఇప్పుడే మహేంద్ర గారు నాతో మాట్లాడుతూ ఈ వర్టికల్ సంబంధించిన ఫిలిమ్స్ 3 minutes నిడివి, అయితే 10 minutes మ్యాక్సిమం 10 minutes నిడివి ఉన్నటువంటి సినిమాలు మనం చేయగలిగితే అది ప్రతి వాళ్ళ చేతుల్లో ఉండి అది వాళ్ళందరూ ఎంటర్టైన్ చేయగలుగుతుంది. దానివల్ల ఎంతో ఎకానమీ మనం డెవలప్ చేయొచ్చు, ఎంతోమందికి ఉద్యోగ అవకాశాలు ఇవ్వచ్చు. నేను దాన్ని ఇనిషియేట్ చేస్తానంటూ మహేంద్ర గారు చెప్తూ వచ్చారు. సో ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఇది సాదాసీదాటువంటి కాదు. సినిమా ఏదో ఆడుతుంది, 2 రోజులు డబ్బులు తెచ్చి పెడుతుంది, వాళ్ళు ఏదో మిగుల్చుకుంటారు కోట్లు అంటే తేలిగ్గా చూడదు. దీని వెనకాల చూస్తే కనుక లక్షలాది మంది యూత్ ఈ అవకాశం సద్వినియోగపరుచుకుని అభివృద్ధిలోకి రావచ్చు, పేరు ప్రఖ్యాతులు సంపాదించవచ్చు. తద్వారా ఇన్ రిటర్న్ మీరు కూడా ఈ కంట్రీకి, మన తెలంగాణకి మీరు ఎంతో కొంత ఎకనామికల్గా మన గ్రోత్ అవడానికి ఆర్థికంగా కూడా మీ సపోర్టు లభిస్తుంది. ఇట్స్ మ్యూచువల్లీ రిసిప్రోకల్. కాబట్టి ఈ రోజున ఇక్కడ స్టూడియోకి స్థలాలు ఇస్తామంటున్నారు. స్కిల్ డెవలప్మెంట్కి కావాల్సిన క్లాసెస్ కావాల్సిన ఫ్యాకల్టీస్ కనుక అధ్యాపకులు మనం తెచ్చుకుంటే వాళ్ళ ద్వారా ఎంతోమంది ట్రైనింగ్ ఇచ్చిన వాళ్ళం అవుతాము. ఇది సద్వినియోగపరచుకోండి. దీని మీద మన ఇండస్ట్రీలో పెద్దలు కూడా సీరియస్గా ఆలోచించండి. దీని మీద నేనైతే సీరియస్గా తీసుకున్నాను, వారితో అదే అన్నాను. మీరు ఒక సెమినార్ లాంటిదో లేకపోతే చిన్న క్లోజ్డ్గా మీరందరూ నాకు ఇన్వైట్ చేయగలిగితే కనుక ఇలాంటివి ఏమైనా సదస్సులు మాకు చిన్న ఎత్తులో సినిమాకు సంబంధించి మీరు చేయగలిగితే కనుక మేమందరూ దీన్ని మరింత ముందుకు తీసుకువెళ్ళి మీ కళ ఏదైతే ఉందో, మీ బ్రెయిన్ చైల్డ్ ఏదైతే ఉందో దాన్ని ముందుకు తీసుకెళ్ళి ప్రపంచం మొత్తం ఎంటర్టైన్మెంట్ రంగానికి సంబంధించి ఈ తెలంగాణ వైపు, ఈ హైదరాబాద్ వైపు మనం చూసేలాగా చేస్తామనే ధైర్యం నాకుంది, భరోసా ఇస్తున్నాను. నా వంతు కృషి నేను చేస్తాను. నా ఈ అవకాశం ఇచ్చేందుకు ధన్యవాదాలు మా ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారికి, అలాగే ప్రతి ఒక్కరికి నా హృదయపూర్వక ధన్యవాదాలు మరొకసారి తెలియజేస్తున్నాను, ముగిస్తున్నాను. జై తెలంగాణ, జై హింద్.
ధన్యవాదాలు సార్. మీరు మాకు చెవులకు పట్టిన తుప్పును వదిలించారు తెలుగులో మాట్లాడి. ఇప్పుడు శ్రీ సుమన్ బెర్రీ గారు, శ్రీ వైస్ చైర్మన్ నీతి ఆయోగ్. I request sir to kindly address the gathering. Niti Ayog has helped us in drafting this document. Their team has guided us, sir. So now I request you to kindly address us, sir.
Thank you, Chief Secretary, Honorable Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister. First, it's not easy to follow perhaps the most charismatic actor in India, but I'll do my best. Sir, you are a member of my governing council, and the fact that you have requested me to be present here is a deep honor for me. It is also a reality that I had the privilege of calling on you and the Deputy Chief Minister soon after you took over, and I can see that you've been busy in the intervening time. So with your permission, I'll first look back in order to look forward. Look back to the year of 2006, which is just about a quarter of a century ago, which was a visit to Hyderabad when the Asian Development Bank had its annual meeting in the new conference center. And there was a somewhat optimistic sign then that pointed to something called high-tech city, and there was nothing there. And there is something there, and my God, is there something there. So, you know, for people of the city, for people of the state, to believe in dreams, I think is entirely legitimate. But it is also, 2006, there was another annual meeting that took place, the annual meeting of the World Bank and IMF in Singapore, where indeed Raghuram Rajan, who've addressed us this evening, had just recently joined as the chief economist of the IMF. But I'm mentioning that because in 2006, two World Bank friends of mine, I had just come to NCAR, came out with this publication that talked of a middle-income trap. Now, there's a lot of controversy about whether there is such a thing as a middle-income trap or not, but one of those authors is now the chief economist of the World Bank, and he's come out with a World Development Report on the middle-income trap. And why is that relevant to Telangana today? Just looking at Telangana's per capita income relate to India's per capita income in dollar terms, and looking at the benchmarks that the World Bank puts out for lower middle income, upper middle income, and high income countries, Telangana is now an upper middle income country already. And so where India wishes to be in the next 5 or 7 years, upper middle income country status, you are already there. And the point there, Honorable Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister, is that the issues that my friends raised with respect to the middle income trap start to apply. The old model of development may not work when you are in this zone, and things like creativity, innovation, entrepreneurship, all of these become more as important or more important than investment. And so I think the fact that you have set yourself these high standards to be global is entirely appropriate, but the journey ahead is likely to be quite different from the journey that has brought Telangana to where it is at the moment. I also had 4 years of being the chief economist of Royal Dutch Shell, located in Europe, and that made me appreciate India's federal reality, which is that each state is very distinctive. And as I think about what's distinctive about Telangana, I think it is its human resources, but in a somewhat unusual respect. I tend to think of the Telugus, and of course you share that with Andhra, as the Irish of India, people who are risk-loving, people who are entrepreneurial, and so I think that that is amongst, above all else, the resource that you have to work with and to liberate. I would also say, and I'm picking up on the point that Arvind Subramaniam made, is that a focus on productivity it has to be paramount, because you can only be competitive if you're productive, and therefore to focus on ease of doing business that Dr. Subbarao mentioned, the deregulation or appropriate regulation. All of these things are going to be as important as bricks and mortar in the journey ahead. Let me finally make a point about your role and the role of political leadership. There is an academic by the name of Phelps at Columbia who talks about mass flourishing. And Honorable Prime Minister also very much believes that what will make India Viksit is self-confidence of the people and a belief that they can shape their own future. And so, Chief Minister, it is your role and the role of Sri Chiranjeevi to sell dreams to the young people of Telangana, to all of citizens of Telangana. So Niti has helped you articulate a vision, but for this vision to become a part of the software of the minds of citizens of Telangana, that's a job for you and the Deputy Chief Minister, and I wish you luck, and Niti is there to work with you as you wish. Thank you.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్. ఇప్పుడు అందరూ వేచి చూస్తున్నటువంటి సమయం ఆసన్నమైంది. గౌరవనీయులు రాష్ట్ర ముఖ్యమంత్రి వర్యులు శ్రీ రేవంత్ రెడ్డి గారిని సభను ఉద్దేశించి ప్రసంగించవలసిందిగా కోరుతున్నాను.
Telangana Rising 2047 Vision Document తెలంగాణ జాతికి అంకితం చేయాలన్న కార్యక్రమానికి ముఖ్య అతిథులుగా విచ్చేసిన సుమన్ బెర్రీ, నీతి ఆయోగ్ వైస్ చైర్మన్, ఆనంద్ మహేంద్ర, కార్పొరేట్ దిగ్గజం కార్తిక్ మురళీధరన్, దువ్వూరి సుబ్బారావు గారు, అరవింద్ సుబ్రహ్మణ్యం గారు, మిత్రులు పద్మభూషణ్ చిరంజీవి గారు, ఉప ముఖ్యమంత్రి వర్యులు మిత్రులు బట్టి విక్రమార్క గారు, సహచార మంత్రివర్గ సభ్యులు టోనీ బ్లేయర్, శంతను నారాయణ్, ప్రేమ్ శ్రీవాత్సవ్, ఇతర పెద్దలందరూ తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం సంకల్పించిన విజన్ డాక్యుమెంట్లో మనల్ని ఎండార్స్ చేయడానికి, మన సంకల్పంలో భాగస్వామ్యం తీసుకోవడానికి ఇచ్చేసినందుకు 4 కోట్ల తెలంగాణ ప్రజల తరఫున వారికి మనస్ఫూర్తిగా అభినందనలు, కృతజ్ఞతలు తెలియజేస్తున్నాను. ఇందులో భాగంగానే ఐఎస్బి, నీతి ఆయోగ్, గవర్నమెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా అఫీషియల్స్, స్టేట్ గవర్నమెంట్ అఫీషియల్స్, తెలంగాణ ప్రజల నుంచి కూడా ఈ పాలసీ డాక్యుమెంట్లో సూచనలు ఇవ్వమంటే ఆన్లైన్లో దాదాపుగా 4 లక్షల మంది పాల్గొని వారి యొక్క సూచనల్ని, సలహాలను తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వానికి ఇవ్వడం జరిగింది. ఈ సందర్భంగా తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రానికి, ఈ ప్రాంత మట్టికి ఒక గొప్ప చైతన్యం ఉన్నది. ఆ చైతన్యము ఒకనాడు జల్ జమీన్ జంగల్ కొమరం భీముడు ఆనాడు పోరాటం చేస్తే, ఆ తర్వాత సాయుధ రైతాంగ పోరాటంలో భూమి కోసం, భుక్తి కోసం, విముక్తి కోసం, ఈ ప్రాంతం కోసం, ప్రజల కోసం, పేదరిక నిర్మూలన కోసం, ఈ భూమి మీద ఆధిపత్యం సాధించాలనుకున్న వాళ్ళకు వ్యతిరేకంగా వేలాది మంది పోరాటాలు చేసి నేల కొరిగిన చరిత్ర ఈ తెలంగాణ ప్రాంతానికి ఉన్నది. ఆ స్ఫూర్తితోనే తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్ర ఏర్పాటు ప్రక్రియను శ్రీమతి సోనియా గాంధీ గారు, శ్రీ మన్మోహన్ సింగ్ గారు మన ఆకాంక్షల్ని నెరవేర్చిన, ప్రపంచంలోనే ఉన్నతంగా అభివృద్ధి సాధించగలిగిన శక్తి సామర్థ్యాలు మనకున్న, ఆశించినంత స్థాయిలో ప్రణాళికబద్ధమైన అభివృద్ధి జరగకపోవడం వల్ల ఈనాడు ప్రజలు ఆశిస్తున్న స్వేచ్ఛ, సామాజిక న్యాయం, సమానమైన అవకాశాల కోసం ఈ ప్రాంతం ఎదురు చూస్తున్నది. అందుకే ఈనాడు 4 కోట్ల తెలంగాణ ప్రజల యొక్క ఆకాంక్ష స్వేచ్ఛను, సామాజిక న్యాయాన్ని, సమానమైన అవకాశాలను అందించాలి అని తెలంగాణ రైజింగ్ 2047 విజన్ డాక్యుమెంట్ని ఈరోజు తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం తీసుకురావడం జరిగింది. 2047కు ఉన్న ప్రాధాన్యత, ఈ దేశానికి స్వతంత్రం వచ్చి 100 సంవత్సరాల విజయోత్సవాన్ని మనం నిర్వహించుకోబోతున్నాం. మరి ఆనాటికి మన దేశం ప్రపంచంలోనే ఒక గొప్ప బలమైన ఆర్థిక దేశంగా, ప్రపంచంలోనే 4వ ఆర్థిక అభివృద్ధి చెందిన దేశంగా అవతరించాలని భావిస్తున్నది. దానికి దేశ ప్రధానమంత్రి నరేంద్ర మోడీ గారు $30 ట్రిలియన్ ఎకానమీని టార్గెట్గా పెట్టుకొని వికసిత్ భారత్ కార్యక్రమాన్ని తీసుకొని ముందుకు వెళ్తున్నారు. ఆ కార్యక్రమంలో తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రం ముందు బాగాన నిలబడి తెలంగాణ రైజింగ్ 2047కి $3 ట్రిలియన్ ఎకానమీగా అవతరించాలని, ఈనాడు దేశ జనాభాలో మనం 2.9% ఉంటే మనం 5% ఎకానమీని, జీడిపిని కంట్రిబ్యూట్ చేస్తున్నాం. సో ఈనాడు మన ప్రణాళికల వల్ల, మన విజన్ డాక్యుమెంట్ వల్ల, మన భవిష్యత్ అభివృద్ధి కార్యక్రమాల వల్ల $3 ట్రిలియన్ ఎకానమీ 10% ఆఫ్ జీడిపిగా అవతరించాలని ఒక లక్ష్యంగా పెట్టుకొని మనం ముందుకు వెళ్తున్నాం. అందుకే ఈనాడు ఈ ఆలోచనను 4 గోడల మధ్యలో నలుగురం కూర్చొని మాట్లాడుకొని చర్చించుకొని తయారు చేసిన ఒక కాగితం కాదు. ఇది 4 కోట్ల ప్రజల మధ్యలో చర్చించి, ఈ ప్రాంతంతో సంబంధం ఉన్న ప్రపంచంలో రాణించిన వాళ్ళను అందరినీ ఇందులో భాగస్వాములను చేసి, ఇందులో మేధావులను, లేకపోతే కొద్దిమంది పరిమితమైన ఆర్థిక నిపుణులనే కాకుండా సామాన్యమైన ప్రజల్ని, రైతులని, మహిళల్ని, విద్యార్థులను కూడా భాగస్వాములను చేసి ఈరోజు ప్రజలకు ఈ పాలసీ డాక్యుమెంట్ను అంకితం చేయదలుచుకున్నాం. ఈరోజు ఈ పాలసీ డాక్యుమెంట్ ఈజ్ గోయింగ్ టు అడ్రస్ ఫార్మర్స్, ఉమెన్ అండ్ యూత్. మొట్టమొదటి ప్రధానమంత్రి పండిట్ జవహర్లాల్ నెహ్రూ గారు ప్రధానమంత్రి బాధ్యత తీసుకోవడానికి ముందు మహాత్మా గాంధీ గారిని కలిసి మీరేమైనా సలహా ఇవ్వగలరా నాకు ప్రధానమంత్రిగా బాధ్యతలు చేపడుతున్నా అన్నప్పుడు మహాత్మా గాంధీ గారు ఒక సూచన చేశారు. నువ్వు పరిపాలనాపరమైన నిర్ణయం తీసుకునేటప్పుడు నీ నిర్ణయం వల్ల పేదలకు నిస్సహాయులకు ఏ విధంగా సహాయపడగలుగుతో ఆలోచన చేసి నిర్ణయం తీసుకోమని మహాత్మా గాంధీ గారు పండిత్ జవహర్లాల్ నెహ్రూ మొట్టమొదటి ప్రధానమంత్రి గారికి సూచన చేశారు. ఆ సూచనలు తీసుకొని పండిత్ జవహర్లాల్ నెహ్రూ గారు ఈ దేశంలో ఉన్న నిరక్షరాస్యతను నిర్మూలించాలి అంటే ఎడ్యుకేషన్ ఈజ్ ఇంపార్టెంట్. ఈ దేశంలో ఉన్న కరువును నిర్మూలించాలి, ఆకలిని తీర్చాలి అని అంటే ఇరిగేషన్ ఈజ్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ అనుకున్నాడు. ఆనాడు ఫస్ట్ ప్రైమ్ మినిస్టర్ హ్యాస్ డిసైడెడ్ టు టేక్ అప్ టూ పాలసీస్. వన్ ఈజ్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్, ద అదర్ వన్ ఈజ్ irrigation. That is how he has initiated many universities in the country, and he has constructed many irrigation projects like Bakranangal to Nagarjun Sagar, Srisailam, SRSP in Telangana. All these projects have conceived at the time of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. I know most of them have studied in Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru has initiated those universities. Today, my government has decided to take up this education and irrigation and communication. Communication in technology, communication in digital, communication in roads, communication in ports, communication in airports. We wanted to meet, we wanted to develop our infrastructure to connect as well world. We wanted to invite them to invest in my country. I'm going to take role model from China, Japan, Germany, South Korea and Singapore. At the same time, they are my role models and I'm going to compete with them. With their inspiration, I'm going to develop my state. I'm going to take up my welfare and development. Some of them, poverty is an excursion, some of the leaders, but have born and brought up a small village, remote village, where I have seen from my childhood poverty and undeveloped untouchability and everything I have seen. Practically I have experienced and everything. I know what is the problem. I wanted to address that problem. I wanted to eradicate poverty. I wanted to give education. I wanted to give employment with my youth. I wanted to give better health for my citizens. Why? Because I have met accident at the age of 11 years, major accident. My parents have taken me into Usmania Hospital in Hyderabad while I was living in remote village. That time government Nizam has started that Usmania Hospital. That is how they treated. Today, people are facing a lot of problems. Well, we have got freedom. That time, lifespan was 32 years. In 1947, Indian average lifespan was 32 years. Today, we have reached 73 years. That is how Jawaharlal Nehru has given a vision to this country. Now we are going to touch 100 years to live our lifespan. For that, have to make policies, have to make sure, have to deliver to poorest of the poor, remote villages, Tandas, Gudam, or any other remote place in Telangana. आनंद जी, मैं एक किसान का लड़का हूँ, किसान परिवार से आया मैं. मुझे गरीब कुछ लोगों के लिए, कुछ नेता लोगों के लिए गरीबी एक एक्सकर्शन है. गरीबी देखना है तो हैदराबाद से मर्सिडीज बेंज में छोटे गांव में देखे गरीब लोग कैसे रहते हैं, उन लोग देखने के लिए कोशिश करते. मगर मेरे लिए गरीबी ऐसा नहीं है. जहां पर गरीब लोग रहते, जहां पर जाति विवक्षा है, लोगों को अनटचेबिलिटी है, मंदिर में जिसको नहीं आने देता है, उस ऐसे छोटे गांव से मैं आया. हर चीज मुझे पता है. गरीब कैसे सोचते, एजुकेटेड अनएम्प्लॉयड यूथ क्या चाहता है, सब कुछ मुझे पता है. क्योंकि आई हैव स्टडीड इन गवर्नमेंट स्कूल, आई हैव नॉट स्टडीड इन कॉर्पोरेट स्कूल, आई हैव नॉट स्टडीड इन इंग्लिश मीडियम, आई हैव स्टडीड इन गवर्नमेंट स्कूल, आई हैव स्टडीड इन तेलुगु मीडियम. I know each and every problem in my remote villages where Adivasis, where Dalits are living, where minorities are there. I have personal connectivity with these Dalits, Adivasis, and minorities. That is why I have planned for them. I have got this opportunity with young age. I don't have any political legacy. एक छोटा किसान परिवार से, एक छोटे गांव से मैं इतना दूर आ गया। 2006 में मैं एक जिला परिषद मेंबर बना एज ए इंडिपेंडेंट. Politically, it's the smallest of the small post. After that, I've become MLC. After that, I've become an MLA. After that, I've become an MP. After that, I've become a party president. After 17 years, I have become a chief minister of Telangana. I have responsibility. I have accountability. I have my commitment. I have to do justice for poorest of the poor. This is what my commitment. This is what my document, my policy document. This is what my agreement with my people. So that is why I have asked everyone to support, to give their inputs in my policy document. Lots of people who are experts, they have contributed like anything. I wanted to thank everyone. Why? Because this is going to create a path for my state, my youth. I have seen caste differences, jati vivaksha. सरकार इतने साल से कोई भी सरकार आप देखो, SC हॉस्टल अलग है, ST हॉस्टल अलग है, OBC हॉस्टल अलग है, माइनॉरिटी हॉस्टल अलग है. जहां पर आप जाति विवक्षा छोड़ना चाहते हैं, मगर वहीं पर सरकार पैसों से आप अलग अलग वर्टिकल्स बना रहे. इसीलिए मैं मुख्यमंत्री बनते ये कह दिया कि हमारे डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर से, भाई ये हमारे समस्या को हल नहीं करने वाला है, इसीलिए वो पूरा छोड़ दो. वी हैव टू क्रिएट ए place where SC, ST, BC, minority, all other upper caste people can study in one place. That is how we have conceived Young India integrated residential schools. I have given 100 schools. I'm spending each school 200 crores to develop that infrastructure with 25 acres campus. You know better than me how education is important. Now you are running a university. तो हम लोग ये सोचकर 25 एकड़ 200 करोड़ रुपए 20,000 crores I'm spending for build infrastructure to inclusiveness. SC, ST, BC, minority, all other upper caste people are going to study in one place. कि ये जाति विवक्षा हम दूर करना है तो सब लोग मिलजुल के एक जगह में पढ़े तो ये समस्या हल्का हो जाएंगे. मगर हर बार सरकार ने SC हॉस्टल अलग, ST हॉस्टल अलग, OBC माइनॉरिटी अलग अलग बनाए. तो जब तक आप ये सिस्टम से सरकार चलाएंगे आप दूर नहीं कर सकते. इसीलिए मैं सोचकर ये कह दिया कि भाई सब एक जगह में आना, हर असेंबली कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में एक रोल मॉडल बना दो. इस देश के लिए आगे ये रोल मॉडल बनने वाला है. लोग बोलेंगे कि भाई वेलफेयर में आप स्पेंड मत करो. वेलफेयर में हम स्पेंड करना जब लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड इक्वल आए तक हम देना जरूरी है, हमारा अकाउंटेबिलिटी है. तो इसीलिए आई एम स्पेंडिंग लॉट्स ऑफ मनी इन एजुकेशन. दिस इज नॉट वेलफेयर, दिस इज नॉट एक्सपेंडिचर फॉर मी, दिस इज इन्वेस्टमेंट माय फ्यूचर. आई एम गोइंग टू इन्वेस्ट ऑन माय फ्यूचर. They are going to build like anything. They are going to make my Telangana #1 in India. My people are going to compete with South Korea, Japan or Germany. And second thing, after education, he has initiated Jawaharlal Nehru ji, Sonia Gandhi ji, she has given Right to Education Act. Today education is there, but I can say authentically from this dais, there is no quality in our education. There is no skill in our education system. That is why I have initiated Young India Integrated School. That is why I have initiated Young India Skills University headed by Anand Mahendra. Anand Mahendra is my Skills University chairperson. Proudly I can say Anand Mahendra is heading Telangana Young India Integrated, Young India Skills University. And also I have initiated Young India Sports University. We have 140 crore population. Unfortunately, or I'm sorry to say we have not getting single gold medal in Olympics. So that is why I've initiated Young India Sports University to get gold medals in Olympics. So all these plans for my poorest of the poor they have confidence, they have given opportunity to work as a Chief Minister of Telangana at the young age. So that is why my plans for my poorest of the poor people. जिसने नेहरू जी को, जो महात्मा गांधी जी ने ये कहा, जब आप कुछ पॉलिसी बनाने वाले गरीब और जो जिनको समाज में कुछ नहीं मिल रहा है उन लोगों के भला के लिए जो पॉलिसी बनाना है, आप याद करो, डिसीजन लो. आज मैं वही हमारा पॉलिसी डॉक्यूमेंट में मैं इतना ही सोचा, अगर ये पॉलिसी डॉक्यूमेंट आगे ये जाति विवक्षा दूर करने के लिए, गरीबी हटाने के लिए, इन लोगों को एजुकेशन, हेल्थ एंड एम्प्लॉयमेंट देने के लिए ये पॉलिसी आगे काम पे आ जाएंगे. आप लोग इतना दूर से आकर हमें मदद दिए, आगे हमारा तेलंगाना राइजिंग में आप लोग साथ देना है. साथ देने के लिए इतने दूर से आए, मैं धन्यवाद कहना चाहता हूं सही दिल से. धन्यवाद.
ధన్యవాదాలు సార్. మీ స్ఫూర్తిదాయకమైనటువంటి ఉపన్యాసానికి ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తూ, ప్రసంగానికి ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తూ, ఇప్పుడు తెలంగాణ రైజింగ్ విజన్ డాక్యుమెంట్ను 2047 రిలీజ్ కార్యక్రమం ఉంటుంది. ముందుగా తెలంగాణకు తగ్గట్టుగా, ఫ్యూచర్కు తగ్గట్టుగా ఒక వ్యక్తి మీకు ఆ పుస్తకాన్ని తీసుకుని వస్తున్నారు.
నడకలో ఒక లెక్క ఉంది, ఆ నడతలో ఒక లెక్క ఉంది. అదిగో ఇందాకే ఆనరబుల్ సీఎం గారు చెప్పినట్టు మన సాంకేతిక ప్రతిభకు, నైపుణ్యాన్ని మెరుగుపెట్టే తెలంగాణ యువతకు ఆనందాన్ని ఇచ్చే దృశ్యం మీ అందరికీ తెలుసు. కళాకారులు, రసజ్ఞులు, పెద్దలే కాదు, రోబోలు కూడా చప్పట్లు కొడితే మళ్ళీ మీకు వచ్చి థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్తాయి, షేక్ హ్యాండ్ కూడా ఇస్తాయి. బహుశా 2 రోజులుగా మీరు చూస్తున్నారు, రోబో కూడా మిమ్మల్ని ఆహ్వానిస్తోంది, అభినందిస్తోంది ఈ ప్రాంగణంలో. సో థ్యాంక్స్ టు ది కుడోస్ టు ది టెక్నాలజీ. Telangana Rising 2047. ఇది ఉత్తేజంతో, సమాజం పట్ల ప్రేమతో, భవిష్యత్తు పట్ల విశ్వాసంతో చేస్తున్న ప్రకటన మాత్రమే కాదు, నా తెలంగాణను నాటి కవి చెప్పిన కోటి రతనాల వీణగా ప్రపంచంలోనే ముందుంచేందుకు చేస్తున్న ప్రతిజ్ఞ అన్నారు ఆనరబుల్ సీఎం గారు, ఆనరబుల్ డిప్యూటీ సీఎం గారు అనేక వేదికలపై. మరి మీ అందరి ఆశీస్సులు కరతాళ రూపంలో తెలంగాణకు అందించాలని కోరుతుంది వేదిక సవినయంగా, సప్రేమగా.
Now felicitation to the honorable guest. Okay.
Felicitation. ఆత్మీయంగా, గౌరవంగా వేంచేసిన అతిథులకు మనందరి పక్షాన ప్రభుత్వం అందజేస్తున్న సన్మానం.
ముందుగా గౌరవనీయ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారిని శ్రీ ఆనంద్ మహీంద్ర గారికి థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్. శ్రీ దుబ్బూరి సుబ్బారావు గారికి, ప్రొఫెసర్ కార్తీక్ మురళీధరన్ గారికి, శ్రీ అరవింద్ సుబ్రహ్మణ్యం గారికి,
సవ్యసాచి ఘోష్ ఐఏఎస్ గారి వందన సమర్పణ అవుతూనే వాయు తెరగలపై వాహన విన్యాసం ఉంటుంది, డ్రోన్ షో.
శ్రీ సుమన్ బెర్రీ గారికి, శ్రీ చిరంజీవి గారికి,
టాలీవుడ్ మనదే, కోలీవుడ్ మనదే, బాలీవుడ్ మనదే, హాలీవుడ్ మనది కావాలన్న పిలిపించిన చిరంజీవి గారికి ప్రత్యేక ధన్యవాదాలు.
ఇప్పుడు వందన సమర్పణ శ్రీ సవ్యసాచి ఘోష్ గారు.
శ్రీ సవ్యసాచి ఘోష్ ఐఏఎస్ ఓట్ ఆఫ్ థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్తారు.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed my pride, pleasure, and honor to propose a vote of thanks on this momentous occasion where the new, nascent, and young state of Telangana has unveiled its document 2047 for the world, for the state, and for the universe to acknowledge and appreciate. On this momentous occasion, when the new paradigm, the new model of development as conceived and developed by our Honorable Chief Minister Sri Revanth Reddy Garu of cure, pure and rare will usher in an era where development will find a new meaning. I take this occasion to thank Sri Anand Mahindra, Sri Raghuram Rajan Garu, Sri Suman Berry, Sri Duvuri Subbarao, Sri Bhatti Vikramarkalu Garu, Sri Shantanu Narayan, Sri Prem Vatsa, Professor Karthik Muralidharan, Professor Arvind Subramaniam, Mr. Tony Blair, and our Honorable Chief Minister. I take this occasion to thank the Honorable Ministers, the Honorable Advisors, the Honorable MLAs, the Honorable MNCs, and the Chairpersons of corporations, the members of media, the delegates, the participants, and the government officials, and colleagues of mine, and the event organizers who have made this event a grand success. I wish you a very good evening and a very sumptuous dinner for the evening. Thank you so much.
శ్రీ సవ్యసాచి ఘోష్ ఐఏఎస్ గారికి హృదయపూర్వక ధన్యవాదాలతో ఇప్పుడు ఆసక్తిగా ఎదురుచూస్తున్న డ్రోన్ షో. పైలట్ లేకుండానే బుల్లి విమానాలు ఎగురుతాయి, వాయు తరంగాలపై వాహనాలు వివిధ దృశ్యాల్ని చిత్రీకరిస్తాయి. రిమోట్ ఇన్ హ్యాండ్, ప్రమోట్ ఇన్ ఎయిర్, డ్రోన్ షో. మీరంతా తింటూ మాటలు వింటూ ఆ డ్రోన్ షో దృశ్యాలు కంటూ ఎంజాయ్ చేయండి. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Good evening, esteemed guests, world leaders, innovators, and friends of Telangana. You stand at the confluence of global aspiration and technological mastery. Tonight, the sky above Hyderabad transforms into a canvas brought to life by a fleet of 3,000 drones. This is the Telangana Rising Global Summit 2025, and this display is a dynamic blueprint for the next 2 decades of growth. This is the rise of a new India, the rise of a new global powerhouse. And by 2047, marking a century of Indian independence, our arrow points skyward, signaling the accelerated climb to a colossal 3 trillion economy. This is the scale of the Telangana rising vision.
మనోళ్ళందరికీ నమస్తే, శనార్థి రామ్ రామ్ సలాం. తెలంగాణ నాడు నేడు కోటి రతనాల వీణ, గ్లోబల్ సమ్మిట్తో కోటి అవకాశాల ఖజానా. మన సంకల్పాన్ని, మనోసంకల్పాన్ని సఫలం చేయమని తెలంగాణ తల్లిని ప్రార్థిద్దాం, కొత్తదాన్ని సద్వినియోగం చేసుకుందాం.
Our strategic growth is anchored by a 3-zone policy structured by world-class infrastructure. Zone 1, the inner ring, traced by the 160-kilometer Nehru Outer Ring Road, the core urban area of Hyderabad, a services-only cluster focused on the knowledge economy. Next, Zone 2, between the ORR and the 360-kilometer regional ring road. It's our dedicated manufacturing zone, positioned as the global China Plus One alternative and built to power the skills economy. And Zone 3, outside the RRR, dedicated to agriculture and the green economy. This is a state organized for global leadership.
ప్రపంచ స్థాయి మౌలిక సదుపాయాలు, ప్రజాపాలన, ప్రభుత్వ ప్రాధాన్యాలు. నెహ్రూ ఔటర్ రింగ్ రోడ్, RRR, వ్యవసాయ ఆధారిత హరిత పరిధి ఆర్థిక వికాసం కోసం.
Introducing Game Changer 1, the Bharat Future City, India's most advanced city designed to compete directly with global hubs like New York, London, Dubai, Singapore and Tokyo. Watch the futuristic skyline form, revealing the key iconic towers. See one iconic tower shoot past 200 floors, breaking symmetry and scale. This is the new skyline of Indian innovation.
భారత భవిష్యత్ నగరం, దేశంలోనే అత్యంత సౌకర్యవంతం, ప్రపంచాన్ని ఆకర్షించే మంత్రం తెలంగాణకు సౌభాగ్యవంతం.
Game Changer 2, the River Musi rejuvenation. We are a dry, withered riverbed. Watch us transform as water returns, life blooms, and the lights along the riverfront come alive. The entire environment transforms into a vibrant 24/7 living arena, pioneering the night economy. From a neglected stretch of land to a world-class riverfront that powers life, recreation and community living.
తలాబ్కే నీళ్లుంటే దప్పెందుకైతది, ఉన్న నీళ్లు వాడుకుంటే తప్పెందుకైతది. సాగునీరు, తాగునీరు అందరికీ తెలిసిందే. ఇప్పుడు మూసి పునరుజ్జీవనంతో ఇటు ఆరోగ్యం, అటు ఆనందం, పర్యాటకం, పర్యావరణం.
Game Changer 3, the metro rail expansion. To manage our unprecedented growth, we are exponentially expanding our urban backbone. From the existing metro network spanning 71 kilometers, we see the new corridors light up, revealing an expansion of over 160 kilometers. Game Changer 4, transforming connectivity. Bullet train corridors connecting Hyderabad to Bengaluru and Hyderabad to Chennai. And we are establishing a dry port with a 12-lane greenfield expressway connecting us seamlessly to the AP seaport. Simple, bold and futuristic trade routes for a globalized economy.
వివిధ రకాల అనుసంధానం, వాయు మార్గం, జల మార్గం, రోడ్డు మార్గం. మార్గం ఏదైనా అందరినీ కలిపేది. వేగంగా, తేజంగా, ధీమంతమై, రేవంతమై సాగుతోంది కమ్యూనికేషన్.
Game Changer 5, solidifying the manufacturing zone between the ORR and RRR as the world's trusted China Plus One alternative. Watch the assembly line of our focus verticals, pharma, data centers, defense, aerospace, electric vehicles, green energy, drones, solar cells, white goods, consumables, durables, textiles and FMCG. Every icon represents a massive investment opportunity. We are building the future, piece by piece.
హరిత శక్తి, సౌరశక్తి, ప్రకృతి పట్ల తెలంగాణకు అమితమైన భక్తి.
Even as we leap into tomorrow, we carry our roots with us. Our progress is built on the strongest foundation, women empowerment. We are committed to skilling and entrepreneurship for 10 million women. See the icons of economic independence. Self-help groups will own EV buses, petrol pumps and premium malls. We provide free bus travel, free rations for 31 million people and rural green housing. This is the vision of collective strength, Telangana's women as the true foundation of our state.
మహిళల్లోని శక్తి సామర్థ్యాలకు పదును పెట్టి ప్రోత్సహించి భుజం తట్టి ముందుకు నడిపించి తల్లుల ఆశీస్సులతో చెల్లెల అనురాగంతో బస్సుల యజమానులయ్యారు, పెట్రోల్ బంకుల యజమానురాళ్ళయ్యారు.
We honor the backbone of our state, the farmer. Our commitment includes a comprehensive farmer loan waiver, Raitu Muna Mafi, annual agri-investment through the Raitu Bharosa, farm insurance Raitu Bima, a crop bonus of 500 rupees per quintal and free agri-power. The sky salutes the happiest farmer, the backbone of a food-secure nation.
కాలం కదలికలో ప్రతి మలుపు కర్షక నీ కర్రు కదలినన్నాళ్ళే అన్నాడు కాళోజీ. రైతుకెప్పుడు పెద్దపీట వేస్తోంది ప్రజా పాలనా ప్రభుత్వం.
The future belongs to the youth. We are investing in tomorrow's leaders with the Young India Skills University, the Young India Sports University and Young India Integrated Residential Schools. We support their growth through free books, free uniforms and free meals. Most importantly, we are passionately supporting startups and nurturing a generation of innovators and entrepreneurs. The youth are the undeniable future of Telangana.
అంకుర సంస్థలకు ఆలంబనం యువతే కదా మన తెలంగాణ బలం. తెలంగాణ యువత ఆశాకిరణాలు, నిత్య నూతన వికాస కారణాలు.
Telangana is an investment-ready, future-focused and innovation-driven state. The summit functions as a nation branding exercise where economic ambition, cultural confidence and technological leadership come together in a single narrative. This is not just a regional rise, this is a global phenomenon. One Telangana rising. Join the rise.
ఈ ఎదుగుదల ఒక రాష్ట్రం కోసం, ఒక దేశం కోసం కాదు, ప్రపంచ మానవాళి కోసం. ఎవరు ఎప్పుడు ఎక్కడ ఏ కొంచెం మంచి చేసినా 10 మందికి పంచాలి అనేదే తెలంగాణ హృదయం. ఇప్పుడు తెలంగాణ నుండి యావత్ ప్రపంచానికి ఒక సందేశం, యావత్ ప్రపంచం దృష్టి మన తెలంగాణ వైపు, ఘన తెలంగాణ వైపు.
And now, as a tribute to the scale of our ambition and the precision of our execution, witness the climax of our show. We are attempting a Guinness World Record for the longest aerial sentence. Watch the 3,000 drones form the declaration of our destiny. Telangana is rising. Come, join the rise.
Telangana is rising. Come, join the rise.
This is the call to the world.
వేయి చుక్కల వెలుగు ఆకాశంలో పారింది. తెలంగాణ ఆనందపు అలుగై వెలుగెత్తింది.
The light of this vision will not fade. The promise of this summit is clear. Telangana is a land of stability, opportunity, and unstoppable growth. We look forward to your partnership in making this vision a reality. Thank you, and may the spirit of Telangana rising illuminate the future. Your present shapes tomorrow. Together, we create what's next. One Telangana, one promise. Come, join the rise.
ఈ వెలుగు కిరణాలు సహృదయ చైతన్య కారణాలు. పైలట్ లేని విమానాలు ఆకాశంలో ఎగిరినాయి. మరి 3000 డ్రోన్లతో ఈ వెలుగు దృశ్యాలు గాలి అలలపై తేలియాడి మన మనోభూమికపై ముద్ర వేశాయి. గిన్నిస్ బుక్ ఆఫ్ వరల్డ్ రికార్డ్స్ అడ్జుటేట్ స్వప్నిల్ గారిని వేదికపైకి ఆహ్వానిస్తూ ఉన్నాం. ఇది తెలంగాణ ప్రజా పాలన ప్రజా విజయోత్సవాలు భారత్ ఫ్యూచర్ సిటీ గ్లోబల్ సమ్మిట్ సందర్భంగా అందరికీ తెలంగాణ ప్రభుత్వం చేపడుతున్న అనేక కార్యక్రమాల్లో సూచనప్రాయంగా తెలియచేసిన ఒక అద్భుతమైన ఆనందదాయకమైన దృశ్యం. స్ఫూర్తివంతమైన సందేశాలతో సభా కార్యక్రమం అద్భుతంగా నడిచింది. డ్రోన్ షో కూడా ఆస్వాదించారు. ఇప్పుడు కళాకృష్ణ గారి పేరిణి నృత్యం, ప్రమోద్ రెడ్డి గారి ఫ్యూజన్ డ్యాన్స్, ఆ తర్వాత జయలక్ష్మి గారి వీణావాద్యం, ఇంకా జయవంత్ నాయుడు గారి ఫ్యూజన్ మ్యూజిక్, ఇలాంటి సాంస్కృతిక కార్యక్రమాలు కూడా మిమ్మల్ని అలరిస్తాయి. An important announcement and impressive announcement also. రేపటి నుండి విద్యార్థులు యువతీ యువకులు ప్రజలందరూ వేంచేసి ఈ గ్లోబల్ సమ్మిట్ సందర్భంగా ఉన్న స్టాల్స్ని ఇంకా అన్నిటిని కూడా వీక్షించవచ్చు. రేపటి నుంచి అందరికీ వెల్కమ్ చెబుతోంది ఈ గ్లోబల్ సమ్మిట్ వెన్యూ. కొద్దిసేపట్లోనే జయలక్ష్మి గారి వీణ వాద్య కచేరీ. ఇప్పుడు మీ అందరి కరతాళధ్వనుల మధ్య ఐ రిక్వెస్ట్ ఆనరబుల్ సీఎం గారు, ఆనరబుల్ డిప్యూటీ సీఎం గారు ఆన్ టు ద డయాస్. గౌరవనీయులైన ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు ఒక్కమారు వేదికపైకి వేయించేయవలసిందిగా రిక్వెస్ట్ చేస్తున్నాం. మన ఉప ముఖ్యమంత్రి వర్యులు కూడా. గిన్నీస్ బుక్ ఆఫ్ వరల్డ్ రికార్డ్ అడ్జుటెంట్ స్వప్నిల్ ఈజ్ హియర్. ది లార్జెస్ట్ ఏరియల్ సెంటెన్స్ formed by multi-daughters zones was achieved by Government of Telangana in Hyderabad on 9th December 2025. 2025 డిసెంబర్ 9వ తేదీకి మరొక ప్రత్యేకత కూడా ఒనుగురింది. ఈరోజు తెలంగాణ ప్రభుత్వం నిర్వహించిన ఈ పండుగలో ఒక ప్రత్యేకమైన అంశంగా గిన్నిస్ బుక్ ఆఫ్ వరల్డ్ రికార్డ్స్ వారు మన తెలంగాణ ప్రభుత్వ అధినేత ఆనరబుల్ సీఎం గారికి అందజేస్తున్న వరల్డ్ రికార్డ్ ప్రమాణ పత్రము. బహుశా అందరి చేతుల్లో ప్లేట్లోనేమో చప్పట్లు కొడుతులేరు. సో ఇప్పటిదాకా విన్నారు, తిన్నారు, అదే ఆనందాన్ని పంచుకోండి అందరూ కలిసి. గౌరవనీయులైన ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారి పక్షాన, ఉప ముఖ్యమంత్రి పక్షాన, మంత్రివర్యుల పక్షాన, ఎందరో పెద్దలు అందరి పక్షాన మీకు హృదయపూర్వక శుభాకాంక్షలు. జయలక్ష్మి గారి వీణా వాద్యం, జయలక్ష్మి అండ్ టీమ్ వీణా కాన్సర్ట్. తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్ర భాషా సాంస్కృతిక శాఖ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ కల్చర్ సమర్పించే కల్చరల్ యాక్టివిటీస్ ఉంటాయి. జయలక్ష్మి మేడం వారి బృందం చేత అద్భుతమైన వీణా వాద్య సమ్మేళనం, ఆ తర్వాత ప్రమోద్ బృందం వారి ఫ్యూజన్ డాన్స్, కళాకృష్ణ గారి పేరణి డాన్స్, జయవంత్ నాయుడు గారి హిందుస్థానీ ఫ్యూజన్ డాన్స్ ఇన్స్ట్రుమెంటల్, ఈ అన్ని కార్యక్రమాలను మీరు ఎంజాయ్ చేయొచ్చు. వేదికకు దగ్గరగా ఉండే కుర్చీలోకి వచ్చి కూర్చోసుగా రిక్వెస్ట్ చేస్తూ ఉన్నాం. ప్లీజ్ పుట్ ఆన్ ది లైట్స్. గ్లోబల్ సమ్మిట్లో ఇది ఒక అద్భుతమైన కల్చరల్ ఈవినింగ్. తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్ర సాంస్కృతిక శాఖ మంత్రులు గౌరవనీయులు జూపల్లి కృష్ణారావు గారు, స్పెషల్ సిఎస్ కల్చర్ జయేష్ రంజన్ ఐఏఎస్ గారు, డైరెక్టర్ కల్చర్ ఏనుగు నరసింహారెడ్డి గారు, సాంస్కృతిక సారథి చైర్పర్సన్ డాక్టర్ వెన్నెల గద్దర్ గారు, సంగీత నాటక అకాడమీ చైర్మన్ డాక్టర్ అలేఖ్య పుంజాల గారు, ఇంకా సాంస్కృతిక కుటుంబం అందరి తరఫున ఈ కళాకారులకు స్వాగతం పలుకుతూ గ్లోబల్ సమ్మిట్ లో పాల్గొన్న ప్రతి ఒక్కరికి సాంస్కృతిక శాఖ భవదీయ వినమ్ర వ్యాఖ్యాత మడిపల్లి దక్షిణామూర్తి పక్షాన్ని కూడా నమస్సులు అర్పిస్తూ ఇప్పుడు జయలక్ష్మి మేడం గారి వీణ. ఇది తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్ర భాషా సాంస్కృతిక శాఖ నిర్వహించే సంగీత కళాశాల అందజేస్తున్న కార్యక్రమం. జయలక్ష్మి గారు ఇదివరకు 175 మంది కళాకారులతో ఒకమారు 126 మంది కళాకారులతో గాంధీ వేదం విపంచినాదం అనే కార్యక్రమం సమర్పించారు. ఇప్పుడు త్యాగరాజ ప్రభుత్వ సంగీత కళాశాల, భక్త రామదాసు ప్రభుత్వ సంగీత నృత్య కళాశాల కళాకారులు మన ముందున్నారు. వారికి స్వాగతం పలుకుదాం. నా తెలంగాణ కోటి రతనాల వీణ స్వాగతం. సంగీత ప్రపంచంలో వీణకు ఎంతో ప్రత్యేకత ఉంది.